Xiang had originally planned to register to work in this large pill shop, but did not expect that because he did not have alchemist-level jade plate, the other party did not want it. This made him very depressed, so he could only use the last of the spiritual crystal S to go to a huge city called Holy City. It was said that it was built on a very tall mountain and could hold tens of millions of people. Xiang had originally planned to register to work in this large pill shop, but did not expect that because he did not have alchemist-level jade plate, the other party did not want it. This made him very depressed, so he could only use the last of the spiritual crystal S to go to a huge city called Holy City. It was said that it was built on a very tall mountain and could hold tens of millions of people. This was the only place that could carry out the alchemist's assessment. If Xiang wanted to sell his pills at a higher price, he would need to be famous first. Although the pellets here could only be sold for a high price, only then would people buy them if it was heaven-level pellets. It would be different because there were not many of these pellets here, and even if the alchemists that could concoct heaven-level pellets were not famous, but with their strength, Xiang understood that many of the famous golden alchemists would at most make some achievements in the area of high-grade ground-level pellets, but refining a heaven-level pellet was not possible. The people in this city all had decent strength. Xiang noticed that there were a lot of Nirvana realm people walking on the streets, and there were quite a few immortal ranked people. After some investigation and inquiry, Xiang found out that the main force who bought the pellets were at the Nirvana realm. Someone with this kind of strength would be able to walk around safely and earn more spiritual crystal S to trade for pellets, raising his own strength. Afterwards, there were some small and medium-sized forces who bought pellets to nurture their disciples. In this place where immortal beasts frequently appeared, it was one thing for Nirvana realm warriors to not be able to escape, so it was very dangerous for weak people to earn spar. There is a shortage of medicinal herbs here, but when they are sold to the pill shops, the price is very low and there is no room for bargaining. Almost everyone who has the medicinal herbs in their hands sells them regardless of the quant. 1. Tie they have because keeping the medicinal herbs fresh is also a very difficult matter. Xiang felt that many large pill shops had a powerful force behind them, and these powers had a large amount of medicinal ingredients, but would still continue to buy the medicinal ingredients on the market. In this way, they could monopolize the pill shops and make it impossible for the small pill shops to survive. Those gold medal alchemists were probably made up by this group of people. If they wanted to become famous, they would need the help of these large forces, which was why many of the famous alchemists had opened their own pill shops. Almost none of them were able to do so. Spiritual Crystal S had the same use as Spar S, but the spiritual crystal had more energy and higher quality. Those large powers required a large number of spiritual crystal, and they were usually used to lay down various large formations, using spiritual crystal as an energy source. Su Meiyao had already said that for the big powers in Heaven Realm, they would need a lot of time to speed up the formation so that they could grow some medicinal ingredients, and in order to guarantee the quality of the medicinal ingredients, they would need to use a lot of big array to nurture them. This required a lot of spiritual crystal S, so many big powers tried their best to plunder these resources, ensuring that they could gather more and prevent the spiritual crystal S from getting too many people. In the past, 10 Heaven Supreme Lord was able to support him and cultivate a powerful force, allowing him to conquer the 9 heavens and the 10 earth. Therefore, many of the powerhouses were doing their best to develop their own forces just so that they could grasp more power. They could become the emperors that ruled the 9 heavens and 10 earth. This way, they could gather more resources and further enhance their strength. Looks like if I want to obtain the spiritual crystal as soon as possible, I'll have to sell my good stuff. But these guys are all so unlucky. They definitely won't be willing to pay a high price. It's more like an auction or something. Xiang was not willing to suffer a loss, so he would not sell high-grade medicinal ingredients with extremely low prices. Your strength is so weak. If you keep up such a high profile, you will definitely be targeted. I guarantee that you won't be able to sell anything. and there should be people of the same level as Super Yuan sect leader in the city, and there definitely won't be a lack of them. The Sacred Dan realm on this side could be said to be a mini version of the Heaven realm. Without enough strength, you have stirred up the interests of those forces. Just wait to be dealt with. Su Meiyao said. In a place where immortals were everywhere, Qin Xiang could not be reckless. Forget about that. Just by saying that the dragon subduing city Ditian had attracted a group of people to surround and attack him, wasn't it because he had smashed someone's rice bowl? If he were to be discovered here by others with the potential to ruin someone else's life, he would definitely be killed. To put it bluntly, it was because he did not have a backer. Power. Qin Xiang secretly clenched his teeth. Without strength, he was just a piece of meat that anyone could slice through. If he had the strength of the white tiger, what would he have to be afraid of? He would be able to run rampant like the white tiger and kill anyone who obstructed him. Qin Xiang wandered around and sold some of the high-quality goblin pellets he had. However, their prices were still suppressed, but it allowed him to have around 10,000 spiritual crystals. Just as he was walking around randomly, looking for an opportunity, a jade talisman suddenly shook, causing him to be surprised and delighted, because it was the jade talisman that was used to contact Bai Ziqian. In other words, Bai Ziqian found the dark mark he left behind. Who are you? After Qin Xiang took out the jade talisman, he immediately heard Bai Ziqian's ice-cold voice. This devil scorpion princess was extremely vigilant. Sister Ziqian, it's me, it's Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang anxiously replied, It's you. You're actually still alive, and I thought you were beaten up by the Dragon Emperor. Bai Ziqian said with some surprise, You know about me? Where are you? Your sister wants to see you. I once eavesdropped on a few old fellows, so Dragon Emperor wanted to come over to take revenge for his son. They said that you were the one who killed Dragon Emperor's precious son. Even though it had been a long time since Bai Ziqian last saw her, his name had always reached her ears, and she was extremely concerned about Bai Yuyu, so she was very concerned about his safety. The reason why she went to various large cities to look for news about Qin Xiang was because she never thought that Qin Xiang would come to this kind of place. I'm in Holy City, hurry. The jade talisman suddenly lost its multicolored light, and Qin Xiang scolded this kind of inferior trash. Actually, this was because the distance was too far and too much energy had been gathered, causing the spirit grain in the jade token to be destroyed. After Qin Xiang told Bai Yu about this, he made him extremely happy. She then had Qin Xiang immediately leave a secret pattern in the city and lead him to his residence. That way, they would be able to see Bai Ziqian very soon. Qin Xiang rented a small house in a place where many poor people lived, and then waited for Bai Ziqian inside. He didn't expect that the giants would also care so much about him. If that was the case, he had to keep a low profile and not be targeted. Nighttime, Qin Xiang sat on the roof looking at the stars. Just at this time, there was someone knocking on his courtyard door. He anxiously jumped down from the roof, and when he opened the door, he was immediately shocked. Nighttime, Qin Xiang sat on the roof looking at the stars. Just at this time, there was someone knocking on his courtyard door. He anxiously jumped down from the roof, and when he opened the door, he was immediately shocked. The one who knocked on the door was Bai Ziqian, and he was not surprised, but the unexpected thing was that Bai Ziqian did not pretend at all. A pair of blue eyes, with a long braid hanging in front of his well-developed chest, and at the end of the braid was a terrifying purple poison hook. Qin Xiang originally wanted to teach them a lesson, but seeing her beautiful yet ice-cold face, she could only quickly invite the devil scorpion princess in. If they found out, it would attract a few Super Yuan sect leader-s who would immediately rush over. Entering the house, Qin Xiang immediately opened the array he had set up to prevent the spirit qi inside from leaking, to prevent anyone from hearing the conversation inside. If you dare to kill the son of the Dragon Emperor, what are you afraid of? Bai Ziqian said coldly. She was just a little displeased with Qin Xiang, because when Qin Xiang fought with her, he had ruthlessly pinched the peaches on her chest, causing her to always bear a grudge. Furthermore, her little sister was with the bad guy all day. You, don't come out. It's not safe here. Bai Ziqian anxiously asked. Did this brat bully you? No, he was very nice to me. Bai Yu said softly, allowing him to let out a small sigh of relief. Devil Scorpion Princess, be a bit more respectful to my man. He did a lot of things for you two sisters. Su Meiyao scoffed. What? Your man? Bai Ziqian's beautiful face immediately changed. Little Demoness, are you really having an affair with this brat? Although Su Meiyao looked to be a demon that was able to seduce her to the bone marrow, Bai Ziqian knew clearly that it was extremely difficult to move this kind of woman's heart. If Chen Xiang could take Su Meiyao down, then what about Bai Yu? That's right, we've long been honest with each other. Su Meiyao laughed tenderly. My man is amazing. You won't be able to find anyone better than him. Hearing Su Meiyao's praise, Qin Xiang couldn't help but blush, but his heart was still filled with joy. You, did anything happen between you and this little scoundrel? Tell me honestly. Bai Ziqian stood up and looked at him with a pair of ice-cold blue eyes. Yes, he did. Senior sister even kissed him for a very long time. Su Meiyao laughed tenderly, making Qin Xiang want to drag her out and spank her TT. To actually say such words, provoking the poison woman's anger, would be very troublesome. She volunteered. Qin Xiang saw that Bai Ziqian was at the edge of exploding and anxiously said, Sis, don't worry about me. Bai Yu sighed. Bai Ziqian took a deep breath. An expression on her face eased up greatly, because she knew that her sister had gotten rid of the ruthless magic. This was a good thing, but it was just that the little scoundrel Bai Yu was falling for it, and it made her feel very uncomfortable. I'm doing fine too. Even though I'm wanted by the other worlds, I'll be fine. Bai Ziqian said to Bai Yu gently. On the other hand, this brat, he managed to stir up Dragon Emperor. Qin Xiang anxiously tried to defend himself. I'm also very safe. I made a plan to get a guy to help me take the blame. It's just that right now I can't find out what's going on over there. Sis, where did you get the magical corruption gas? Why did you kill that immortal king? Bai Yu's words were filled with concern, causing his heart to feel extremely warm. This was Qin's, H-I+P, and although the two sisters did not often meet, they often missed each other. Who let him provoke me? Whoever provokes me dies. Bai Ziqian snorted. I got my magical corruption gas by chance, just a tiny bit, and I spent all of it on that group of trash. Bai Ziqian was a fanatic of the magical corruption gas. She had collected some of them back then, but she had been forced to give up after that, so she would not care about anything else if she had the chance to obtain them. Speaking of magical corruption gas, Chen Xiang laughed. He had a lot of these things, and they were all in his body. Sister Ziqian, I know there are a lot of magical corruption gas there. Chen Xiang laughed. It exists inside the Great Devil Mountains, but it's probably sealed to death. I heard that the demon and devil sinkhole was sealed secretly by the people of that devil-suppressing divine palace. It's said that even Dragon Beijing cannot open the seal like that. Bai Ziqian shook his head, looking extremely regretful. Qin Xiang knew that the demon and devil sinkhole had been sealed, but he never thought that it would be the devil-suppressing divine palace himself. My man has it. He can give you as much as you want. Little scoundrel, don't keep me guessing. Su Meiyao shouted out. Bai Ziqian was shocked. She had suspected that Chen Xiang must have used some extraordinary thing to kill so many strong warriors. If it was a magical corruption gas, then it made sense. But this was very dangerous. If he was wanted like her, he would only end up running for his life. Humph! Devil-suppressing golden body, impenetrable. It seems like you've been under the demon and devil sinkhole before. Bai Ziqian looked at Qin Xiang with a bit of bitterness. This kind of guy with impenetrable was the bane of poison masters like them. Su Meiyao laughed tenderly. Because you are a faint older sister and he can give you. It's said that a woman like you who's covered with poison will die even if a man touches her, but my man is different. Devil-suppressing golden body, impenetrable. If you want to have a taste of a man, I'm afraid only my man can satisfy you, hee. Ah. Qin Xiang swept his eyes across the beautiful and ice-cold devil scorpion princess, and couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Humph! Bai Ziqian snorted. Qin Xiang hastily took out a jade box and handed it over to Bai Ziqian while grinning. This is a present I gave to Sister Ziqian. I have greatly offended you back then. Please forgive me. Bai Ziqian opened it, only to see a few white flowers inside the jade box. But after she gently caressed it, her body suddenly trembled. As a female poison demon, she knew what these white flowers were. It was the drunk G.O.D. flower S, the drunk G.O.D. scent S that could make one of the super old poison S. Had both kinds of super old poison, so this lecherous brat was too dangerous. Since he was using impenetrable, he would definitely not have any qualms when refining the poison. And even she and the demon empress who used poison had to be careful when dealing with super old poison. At that time, I saw those guys directly burning the drunk G.O.D. flower to produce colorless and tasteless drunk O.D. scent, but I felt that the poison wasn't strong enough. Qin Xiang said he also wanted to get stronger drunk G.O.D. scent. Of course not. You have to refine it before you can directly burn it. How much do you have now? Bai Ziqian picked up a drunk G.O.D. flower and took a whiff. He frowned. This drunk G.O.D. flower is indeed powerful. If a normal person smelt it, they would have already been drunk to death. I have a lot, but it will take some time. Sister Yu is very worried for you, so I will do my best to give you as much as possible so that you will be safer. Look, what Qin Xiang said was the truth. I have a lot, but it will take some time. Sister Yu is very worried for you, so I will do my best to give you as much as possible so that you will be safer. Look, what Qin Xiang said was the truth. In the past, Su Meiyao had used the dragon cohesion kung fu to condense the dragon saliva and helped Bai Ziqian grow many poisonous flowers and herbs. Although the two of them had a grudge, the truth was that they had a good relations. H.I.+P. Sister Ziqian, do you have anything to store magical corruption gases? Yes. Bai Ziqian took out a bead, and it was about the same as LV Qinlian's from before. If possible, fill it up. After Qin Xiang received it, he immediately transferred the magical corruption gas in his body into the pearl. You're actually hiding in your body. Bai Ziqian could not help but be surprised, but it was normal when he thought about it. Qin Xiang's devil-suppressing golden body was very powerful. The magical corruption gas could not do anything about it. When the time comes, I will think of a way to go to demon and devil sinkhole and get more. Now, Bai Ziqian knew why Su Meiyao had said that Qin Xiang was very capable. Magical corruption gas and drunk G.O.D. scent could be so many. Even if she had searched for many years, it would still be difficult to find her. Hey, my man gave you so many good things. Aren't you going to show some mercy? Su Meiyao said proudly. Bai Ziqian also knew that the reason Qin Xiang gave her these two super old poison was because of Bai Yu. It was also because of Bai Yu that Qin Xiang trusted her so much. But Bai Ziqian didn't know how to express it either. Qin Xiang had the green dragon demon-slain broadsword, heaven-earth killing method, and a dragon vein that she was extremely envious of. This brat's request is not high. It's fine as long as I kiss with him for a bit, hee. But the high and mighty devil scorpion princess would definitely not do so. She and Bai Ziqian had a grudge, but now that her man was helping her like this, it truly didn't feel good for Bai Ziqian. No need to thank me. Yi has given me a lot of help. Without her, I wouldn't be here today. Besides, this is nothing to me. As Qin Xiang delivered the magical corruption gas into the pearl, he indeed did not mind thanking him. In his opinion, Bai Ziqian was family with him. Sister Meiyao, I'm your man after all. Do you think you can help your man seduce women? Qin Xiang sent a sound transmission to Su Meiyao. Little scoundrel. Big Sis is helping you take care of this woman. Sister, I know that you're just a playboy. It's not like I don't know that there's one more person like her, or one less person. Su Meiyao secretly transmitted to Qin Xiang. You little scoundrel, don't tell me you didn't think of taking the two sisters down. I have only thought about it occasionally, but I think I know that I am a devil scorpion princess. What's that? Isn't your Xue Shaoxian an elder sister Ming'er master and disciple? Weren't you the one who took it? Who are you that I don't know? Stop pretending to be a sheep in front of me, Su Meiyao said. Bai Ziqian indeed did not know how to thank Qin Xiang, and drunk Ji, descent and magical corruption gas were very important to her. Although Qin Xiang did not want her to thank him, she felt apologetic about it, especially since Su Meiyao always used this matter to provoke her. Qin Xiang did not want to make Bai Ziqian look bad. According to Bai Ziqian's surname, if he were to continue, he would definitely be tangled up and anxiously said, Sister Ziqian, don't go wandering around too much during this period, and spend time with Miss Yu, simultaneously refining drunk Ji. Descent! Come in, I want to meet you too, Su Meiyao said. Bai Ziqian originally wanted to leave after meeting with Qin Xiang, but she needed a lot of drunk Zhou deflower, so she had to stay for a period of time and enter the serene jade ring. As for what was going on inside, Qin Xiang didn't know. After Qin Xiang filled that bead with magical corruption gas, he gave it to Bai Ziqian, who was inside the Yuyao ring. Then he hurriedly left to find out about the examination to alchemist. After Bai Ziqian entered the ring, he found out that Bai Yu had been living a good life. If you want to become a gold-rank alchemist, you must refine a high-grade ground-level pill. This was information that Qin Xiang had gathered, and it was not easy to pass the examination. The level of alchemist here was around the same as Di Tian's Dan Alliance. To be able to refine 3 high-grade ground-level pills was already considered a part of the alchemy sect, and there were quite a few in the sacred city. As for the Dan Immortaless, there weren't many as well, and there were even fewer alchemists, and they were hard to find. When that time comes, he would need sufficient energy to open up the sacred, sacrificed altar and return. But the majority of the people who came were already dead, especially the people from the traders, none of them left alive. Qin Xiang did not know if he could open the sacred sacrificed altar at that time, so he needed to increase his strength and, at the same time, collect more medicinal ingredients. The 5 elements profound Dan's medicinal ingredients. This is the medicine for a high-grade ground-level pill. Normally, the pill shop would not sell it. We don't sell medicinal herbs here. Profound? We won't sell or trade for that medicinal herb. Qin Xiang went to a lot of pill stores and first bought some common high-grade ground-level medicinal ingredients, but none of them were willing to sell. He was only selling some low-leveled herbs, which made Qin Xiang very depressed. Now he had no choice but to refine relived Dan-S first. Luckily, he had a lot of ingredients for it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get his hands on the high-grade ground-level pills. If you want the medicinal herbs, I'll help you S-N-A-T-C-H them. In any case, the powers here are all after me. I've long seen how impatient they are. She could see the things outside from inside, but Qin Xiang rejected her idea. Doing this was too dangerous. It would not be good to get excited about the old fellow in the sacred city. The large pill shops in the sacred city were all very cautious. The number of heaven-level pills that came out was even less. And even if there were immortal pills, the quality would be very poor, and all of the immortal pills were for auction. High-level pills were usually for their own use. Only the poor ones would be sold. As for the herbs of heaven level and above, they would rarely appear on the market. This was to prevent the other party from buying them and then collecting them as a reserve resource. Qin Xiang kept having the feeling that the sacred Dan realm on this side, as well as the various great powers, all had a blood feud. Could it be that a great battle is brewing here? Qin Xiang felt that he needed to get rid of the core members of the powers in order to know a few things. Only then would he be able to get his hands on the treasures here, get a large sum of money, and then leave. If I can kill the Prince Imperial Dragon, isn't it just a mere sacred Dan realm? Chun Xiang thought silently in his heart. He returned to his living quarters and began to condense creation, divine liquid S. He wanted to obtain more drunk deflower S for Bai Ziqian so that she could refine some of them. Qin Xiang had tried to refine a relived Dan before, but without succeeding, it was difficult to continue. He could only do it twice now, and in his opinion, he would need to do it at least 4 times before he could continue refining the relived Dan to the peak. Qin Xiang had tried to refine a relived Dan before, but without succeeding, it was difficult to continue. He could only do it twice now, and in his opinion, he would need to do it at least 4 times before he could continue refining the relived Dan to the peak. Now he could only try to use the method of refining Qi Shindan. He had already collected the 3 main ingredients for relived Dan: returning herb, white jade lotus seed, and 9 primordial flower long ago. With the exception of creation divine liquid, he could make a lot of them. In the sealed room, Chen Xiang quickly took care of all the medicinal ingredients and threw them into the Yanlong furnace, injecting them inside. Afterwards, he released his divine power, wanting to try and see if he could enter into the interior of the medicinal ingredients and communicate with them, so that they would not become so stubborn. If it was like when he was refining the Qi Shindan and he could see the inner world of the spirit herbs, then it would be very easy for him, and now he could only use the old method, foreseeing alchemy. I can barely activate the 3rd stage of foreseeing alchemy now. Let's see how long I can last. Qin Xiang's foundation was not bad. Although he had tried a method to refine a Qi Shindan, it did not burst, and after that, according to the situation in the furnace, he started to use the foreseeing alchemy. With 3 levels of foreseeing alchemy, he simultaneously simulated 3 different paths of this cauldron in his mind. After that, he combined the 3 paths and obtained the most accurate result, and then used this correct result to continuously correct his mistakes. Was extremely proficient in using the dual foreseeing alchemy S, but now that there was only an additional layer of the 3 stages of foreseeing alchemy, it made him extremely uncomfortable, especially with such a shocking amount of calculation. In every second of calculation, he had to pay attention to countless other details, and even fuse the 3 stages. In just a split second, many things appeared in his mind. If he wasn't used to it, his head would start to hurt from the pain. If it was severe, his head would be paralyzed. Persist. Qin Xiang closed his eyes tightly. At this moment, he felt as if his entire head was trembling crazily. The scene of his brain refining a pill had appeared out of nowhere and then quickly fused together again. As long as he found anything wrong, he would immediately adjust the fire inside the furnace to prevent it from failing. Su Meiyao had said before that the 3rd layer of foreseeing alchemy was enough to refine a high-grade ground-level pill. Although it was only an additional layer, it was still very deadly. No, if I continue like this, even if I can produce just 1 pill, I won't be able to obtain any guarantee of its quality. I need at least 3 pills, or else I will be unworthy of this batch of medicinal herbs. Qin Xiang clenched his teeth and shouted loudly. In his mind, an additional scene of calculation appeared. I have divine soul. My divine power is so thick, I can definitely hold on for a while. Previously, I did not try, but because I was scared because of fear, I kept thinking about slowly leveling up from the 2nd stage of foreseeing alchemy, but I was wrong. Qin Xiang had already found out why he couldn't level up in the foreseeing alchemy, precisely because he was too afraid of this heavy foreseeing alchemy. It was because he had previously tried 3 levels of the foreseeing alchemy, but in the end he was unable to hold on because he felt that his foundation wasn't sufficient. Even when he was more than 10 levels away, he already felt extremely powerless because the 3rd stage was already so powerful. The later stages would be even more difficult. Of course, because the heavenly alchemy was also one of the reasons he kept having the feeling that he could rely on it to replace although heavenly alchemy could refine many unique pills, it was just a regular pill that couldn't. If you don't learn the foreseeing alchemy well from today onwards, you will not be able to hold the heavenly alchemy in your hands either. The foreseeing alchemy is the foundation of the heavenly alchemy. This would allow him to refine relive Dan S without making any more small mistakes. This way, it would not cause too many medicine aura to be lost, and would allow him to use a portion of the ingredients to the limit, producing more pills and higher quality pills. Sure enough, it was as he had expected. The pressure on the brain was about the same as the pressure on the third stage of the foreseeing alchemy. Although it was very difficult for many people to practice the fourth stage of the foreseeing alchemy before they could grasp the third stage, if they tried to practice it easily, they would only end up suffering a headache or their own sea of consciousness being damaged. Potential. I am a spirit cultivator, and I have a lot of potential. In terms of multiple foreseeing alchemy S, I am definitely above average, but I need to dig it out myself. Chen Xiang realized that although it was very difficult to execute the fourth stage of foreseeing alchemy, the situation was similar to that of the third stage. Fifth stage. Chen Xiang shouted in his heart, and an additional scene of training was recited silently in his mind. From the second stage to the fifth stage, Chen Xiang's divine sense was unceasingly churning as his divine power rapidly drained. However, this was exactly the effect Chen Xiang wanted, as only then would he be able to unceasingly unearth the potential of his divine power. Although he cultivated his mind, the divine power he obtained from cultivation would usually be used in a state where he used it to the limit, resulting in the divine sense tempering to be very little. But now he allowed his divine sense to be the same as his physical body, undergo a cruel baptism, in order to make his divine soul stronger. Bang! The Yanlong furnace trembled slightly, and Chen Xiang immediately fainted as well. The divine power in his mind had already dried up, and just now he had been continuously using the fifth stage of foreseeing alchemy, but he did not know how to use it, which resulted in his divine power being drained crazily. When Bai Ziqian came out of the ring, he saw the unconscious Chen Xiang bleeding from her eyes and couldn't help but frown. Then he took out some water to help him wash his eyes. "Is he okay?" Bai Yu asked. "It's nothing. I just expended too much energy. I really don't know what he's doing. It's just forging a cauldron of pills, isn't it? You made yourself into this." This was the first time she took so much care of a man. "Hey, don't take advantage of my man," Su Meiyao shouted. "Will I take advantage of him? What's so good about him?" Bai Ziqian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was currently taking care of Su Meiyao, but she was actually being suspected by Su Meiyao, which made her a little angry. She reached her hand into Chen Xiang's clothes and pinched the pea in Chen Xiang's chest. "Sticking brat, back then you squeezed me so hard." Just then, Chen Xiang opened his eyes and saw the scene before him. He screamed, "Pervert, what did you do to me?" Chen Xiang was like a girl being violated, cowering in a corner. She was purposely provoking Bai Ziqian just now. If she hadn't said that, Bai Ziqian wouldn't have pinched the beans on Chen Xiang's chest out of frustration. Bai Ziqian's cold and beautiful jade face slightly flushed, but she was, after all, a 10,000-year demon girl. So she said with a heavy face, "You fainted, and I was only worried for your safety. So I took the chance to take care of you for you. Chen Xiang tidied up his clothes and snorted, "I'll take care of you, but there's no need to pinch me. You squeezed mine so easily and even pinched mine." Chen Xiang tidied up his clothes and snorted, "I'll take care of you, but there's no need to pinch me. You squeezed mine so easily and even pinched mine." "You." Bai Ziqian snorted, then entered the ring and stopped arguing with Chen Xiang. He was indeed very similar to Bai Yu. "Look, little scoundrel, she took advantage of you. I'll help you teach her a lesson, and I'll help you get her back, hee." Su Meiyao laughed. "This isn't fair. I'm the one who should pinch." Chen Xiang said with jealousy, "There will be a chance another time. It's fine if you pinch me, and you can kiss me. D.A.M. Ned Seductress. It's really hard for people to concentrate." Qin Xiang thought about Su Meiyao's beautiful jade body, and his heart suddenly moved. He had touched her body quite a few times before, and even had a shower with Su Meiyao. He suddenly felt that it had been a long time since he had had a taste of her skin. Su Meiyao and the others did not know that Qin Xiang had fainted because he had used the 5th stage of foreseeing alchemy, and Qin Xiang did not tell them that he wanted to surprise them. It was normal for him to faint, so Su Meiyao was not surprised. Back then, it was the same for her as well, as Bai Yu was always by her side to take care of her at that time. Qin Xiang cultivated the divine way, and after he fainted, his divine soul quickly recovered, which was why he was able to wake up very quickly, and that was why Bai Ziqian had been so embarrassed. Said just now that Su Meiyao was using this matter to tease her. His jade-like hands were still carelessly stroking Bai Ziqian's body, and the conflict between the two of them had already started to slowly dissolve. It looks like 5 stages of foreseeing alchemy is my current limit. Once I have grasped all 5 stages of foreseeing alchemy, I will proceed with 6, 7 stages. Otherwise, my divine soul will be wasted. Qin Xiang now realized that as a spirit cultivator, he should not only have such achievements in the field of alchemy. However, with his previous experience, he knew how to control it cleverly. It would not cause the G, D power to surge out endlessly. If not, he would have fainted again by then. If not for that, he might have already succeeded by now. The 3 main medicines of the relived Dan were not simple. It was difficult to burn them, and their self-defense was also very strong, so they would not easily open up the inner world to humans. They were also tightly guarded against it. In other words, the higher the grade of these medicinal herbs, the stronger their spirit. His face was filled with pain, and his head was in extreme pain. He never thought that the 5th stage of foreseeing alchemy would be so terrifying, especially when the medicine aura was fusing with it. This time he still had a lot of divine power left, but he was unable to deal with the sudden large amount of information, which was the 5th stage of foreseeing alchemy. The Yanlong furnace exploded again. His vision became blurry, and he was swaying. However, he did not faint this time. He only took a few deep breaths, and his vision became much clearer. I will definitely be able to grasp the 5th stage of foreseeing alchemy. Qin Xiang felt that he was just a bit off, but this was all because he didn't have any experience. If he had known earlier that the 5th stage of foreseeing alchemy would explode with so many things at that time, he would definitely have been prepared. However, he felt that this would allow him to grasp the 5th stage of the foreseeing alchemy even faster. As long as he refined all the high-grade ground-level pills once, he would be able to break through to the heaven level. Now, he was not only learning how to refine higher-level pills, but he was also learning how to refine higher-level pills. The 3rd time, after resting, Qin Xiang placed the relived Dan's medicinal ingredients into the furnace. At this time, the sky was already dark. Although he failed again, he improved a lot, but this time because he was too persistent, his own divine soul suffered damage, and he had no choice but to use a few days' time to repair it. He also used these few days to condense his own creation divine liquid. Although her impenetrable was not as strong as Qin Xiang's, her ability to resist poison was still very strong. However, when she was refining the drunk descent, she could not help but feel weak, and whenever this happened, the bored Su Meiyao would always come in and bully her. She would only use her fingers to poke her body a few times, but she would not dare to touch this poisonous woman, unless she also had Qin Xiang's body, which was similar to Qin Xiang's. In the blink of an eye, Qin Xiang had stayed in this room for more than 3 months. During this time, he did not refine another relived Dan, but rather started refining the 5th stage of foreseeing alchemy. This kind of connection also helped him to a certain extent. Bai Ziqian was indeed worthy of being called the female poisonous demon of this generation. Her progress was much faster than Qin Xiang's. 2 months ago, she had already refined the drunk D flower into a very small, transparent powder. Previously, it was just gases, but once these powders were absorbed, they were truly huge amounts. A large amount of poison could increase the numbing power even more, and Qinxiang also continuously used Creation Divine Liquid S to duplicate many drunk G.O.D flower S, allowing Bai Ziqian to refine a large amount of drunk G.O.D powder S. In this period of time, Bai Ziqian had already understood why Su Meiyao said that Qinxiang was strong, that heaven-defying Creation Divine Liquid caused Bai Ziqian to be extremely envious. She also had some poisonous flowers and poisonous herbs that she needed to cultivate normally. If it wasn't for the fact that she had a lot of things to do, she would have pestered Qinxiang not to leave this place and plant even more poisonous flowers and herbs. Qinxiang had also given some of his poisoned flowers and poisonous SES too, allowing her to struggle against him. This made Bai Ziqian know him more, causing him to yell all day about asking her to pay with her. I must succeed this time. Qinxiang felt that it was enough. When he used the Foreseeing Alchemy's 5 stages to refine the Relive Dan, he could make 3 pellets in a single furnace. After placing the ingredients inside the furnace, Qinxiang's expression was extremely calm. If it was before, he would have had a headache and his face would have turned ugly. 5 levels of Foreseeing Alchemy. The results of each instantaneous calculation had to be fused together, and then the result of the fusion could be used for the next instant of tempering. With 1 level of tempering, it would be 5 different types of tempering at the same time. She also secretly wished for Qinxiang's success. Right now, she did not have that much of a prejudice against Qinxiang, but just like Su Meiyao had said, Qinxiang was a very cute little bad boy with unlimited potential. He was someone with high hopes of becoming a 10 Heaven Supreme Lord. She also secretly wished for Qinxiang's success. Right now, she did not have that much of a prejudice against Qinxiang, but just like Su Meiyao had said, Qinxiang was a very cute little bad boy with unlimited potential. He was someone with high hopes of becoming a 10 Heaven Supreme Lord. Sister Ziqian, where do you plan to go from now on? It's very safe for you to be with us right now, and you can still be with Huan. Su Meiyao said, Revenge, my enemies shouldn't be any less than you. Now that I have drunk decent, I must let that group of people have a good look. Bai Ziqian was extremely confident. Not only did she have drunk decent S, she also had a large number of magical corruption gas S, and these priceless treasures were all gifted to her by Qinxiang. So she really wanted to repay Qinxiang with all of his gifts, but with her personality, it was definitely not just with words alone. If you have the chance in the future, go to Dtian. Come to Dragon Subduing School. Join this kid's Dragon Subduing Legion. Maybe he'll give you an elder or something. Su Meiyao laughed. I still can't do it. I'm used to wandering alone. I'll think about it when I'm really tired in the future. Bai Ziqian was indeed like that, and she was a person that was hard to get together with, because her entire body was poisonous and her surname was Go, and her temper was strong. Qinxiang had already reached the core formation stage, and from start to finish he had been very successful. Done. Qinxiang used more than 6 hours of time to carefully proceed forward, and finally succeeded. Opening the pill furnace, he saw a familiar Relive Dan, and it was of high quality. Although he had a few Relive Dan, he had never refined them himself. Bai Ziqian also came out from the Yinyao ring, looked at the 3 high-quality Relive Dan, and then looked at the exhausted Qinxiang. Now that she had personally witnessed Qinxiang's inherent skill in refining pills, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. She was once a weak person as well. At that time, Relive Dan were considered treasures to her, but Qinxiang had only refined 3 of them in 1 furnace. Sister Ziqian, do you want to try it? Qinxiang laughed. No need, I will only waste it. Bai Ziqian gave Qinxiang a piece of paper and said, on it are the experiences I had in refining drunk G.O.D powder. The drunk G.O.D flour you have given me these days is more than enough for me to use for a long time. Qinxiang kept the piece of paper carefully. It was true that he had produced a lot of drunk G.O.D flour, but he had given the majority of them to Bai Ziqian. Bai Ziqian was a little reluctant to part with them because they were both very happy to have Bai Ziqian with them for the duration of his stay. Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu were even more reluctant to part with them. It was just that Bai Ziqian had many things he needed to do. I will remember your kindness. When I finish my business, I will come back to find you. You have the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword, heaven-earth killing method, and dragon veins. I believe that you will one day become a 10 heavens supreme lord. At that time, I will do my best to help you. Bai Ziqian said very sincerely. Then, I will thank Sister Ziqian first. Qin Xiang laughed. Bai Ziqian gently caressed his face, revealing a slight smile. Don't die. Whether my sister and that little demon will recover her strength will all depend on you. After Bai Ziqian left, Qin Xiang tidied up his mood, took out the relived Dan's medicinal ingredients, and continued refining. Previously, he did not use the accelerating array inside the Yanlong furnace, so it was a little slow. Originally, he had planned to keep Bai Ziqian alive for a period of time and refine a few super relived Dan for her. However, that would take a very long time, at least a year or two. Little scoundrel, why are you still not thanking me? Bai Ziqian has already fallen for you. Su Meiyao secretly said to Qin Xiang. She did not know that Su Meiyao and Qin Xiang had plans to harm her sister. No way. I'm just thanking you. Qin Xiang did not believe that a female poisonous demon like Bai Ziqian would fall for a kid like him. Even though he had been together with Bai Yuyu for so long, it had only barely moved Bai Yuyu's heart. I am a woman. I know a woman better than you do. Don't look down on yourself. I've taken a fancy to you. Do you really think that this sister is playing with you? Su Meiyao scoffed. I knew it. Your sister Yuyu is the only one in your heart. Su Meiyao was very clear about Qin Xiang's desire to conquer this kind of ice beauty. Of course not. When I first saw you, I deeply imprinted you in my soul. Qin Xiang said. It's such a cliché, but I'm still very happy. Su Meiyao laughed tenderly. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm still recovering from my injuries, I would definitely be your real woman. But if there's a chance, Big Sis would still be happy to bathe together with you. Qin Xiang secretly sighed. He decided that after returning to the evil dragon graveyard, he would thoroughly wash up with this demon. 10 days later, Qin Xiang had completely grasped how to refine a relived Dan. What he needed to do now was to obtain the ingredients for a high-grade ground level pellet, and then find a way to get some of the ingredients for the heaven level pellet from those large powers. He had ample time to complete all of these. Qin Xiang went to a palace in the sacred city called the Sacred Pill Palace. To take the test, he would need to register inside the Golden S, and then someone would arrange for the test, and all they needed to do was refine a batch of high-grade ground level pills. The registration fee is already over 10,000 spiritual crystal S, F** King, expensive. When Bai Ziqian left, he gave Qin Xiang 20,000 spiritual crystal because he did not have much left either. She had even used up all of the poison flowers and plants that Bai Ziqian bought. You're here just in time for the assessment in the afternoon. You can take it. When you come here in the afternoon, someone will arrange for you to take the exam. The old man handed over a proof to Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang stayed inside the palace until the afternoon. Only now did he know that when he partook 1P aided in the exam, he was in the same place as a large group of people. Qin Xiang followed that group of people into a quiet hall, and then everyone sat down according to their respective seats. Everyone, please wait a moment. Someone will bring the medicinal herbs and pill furnaces you requested. An old man said. When Qin Xiang signed up, he said that she was refining relived Dan. He did not expect the Sacred Pill Palace to provide her with medicinal ingredients, which surprised him a little. Just at this moment, an old man sent a sound transmission to him. It was the old man from the Invigilator. Kid, place a storage bag in front of you. If it contains 100,000 spar, we will give you a good pill furnace and a good quality medicine. Chun Xiang was shocked. He never thought that there would be such an unwritten rule during the assessment. Arrogant pill God. Arrogant pill God. Even if there were so many spiritual crystal S, Chun Xiang would never let them go, let alone if he didn't have any right now. Baidu search 138000100. Looking at this, he saw that the other partic, 1P, ants all took out a storage bag and placed it in front of him. At this time, an old man came to collect it. As long as he confirmed that the storage bag had 100,000 spiritual crystal, the old man would take out a good quality pill furnace and 3 sets of ingredients for a high-grade ground level pill. This was the first time Chun Xiang came to partic. 1P 8 in an examination, so he did not know about these unspoken rules. Other people seemed to have long been prepared for it, but when the old man saw that he was not concerned with it, he reminded him again. It was just that he did not take out 100,000 spiritual crystal. Everyone looked at Chun Xiang with furrowed brows, but many of them knew that he did not know how to conduct himself, so they were not prepared. In their eyes, Chun Xiang would definitely fail this time round and even waste the registration fee. This caused Chun Xiang to feel extremely displeased. His impression of the holy city had been greatly reduced. He really wanted to know who was in charge of this sacred pill palace, to be in such darkness. If this was Di Tian, he would have disregarded everything and burned this place down. There were quite a few experts in the sacred city, and a few of them had strength equivalent to the Super Yuan sect leader. Thus, he decided to keep a low profile. The quality of these ingredients was not good, but they could still be used for alchemy. Even if they were abandoned, he could still refine, relive Dan out of them. He had to concoct 3 batches of high-grade ground-level pills in a row, and he had to succeed 3 batches, and he couldn't even fail once, so he couldn't be careless. In the eyes of many, the quality of the ingredients and pill furnaces were related to success or failure, and although this matter was displeasing, he still had to obediently hand over 100,000 spiritual crystal. When Chun Xiang saw the expressions of the few older invigilators, his heart was not worried about whether he would be able to relive Dan, but whether the old men would stop him after he had refined them. He had told them many times about this kind of people, since 100,000 spiritual crystal was a huge sum of money for him. Unless it was a very famous alchemist, he would only take a fancy to this kind of spiritual crystal. Although the quality of the pill furnace was low, in Chun Xiang's opinion, it was enough. The ingredients needed to refine a relived Dan were not good, and they were the kind that only those old people would use to make things difficult for others. He had brought all the supplementary medicine himself, so Chun Xiang's supplementary medicine was very heaven-defying. It could make up for the deficiency in the main medicine. As long as you refine 3 batches of pills within 6 hours, you will be considered as having Pa-S, said the test to become a golden alchemist. You can take the pills you refined yourself. An old man said as he looked at the crowd. When he glanced at Chun Xiang, he purposely revealed a fierce expression. We'll start now. If we cheat, we'll throw him out. The registration fee would be 10,000 spiritual crystal S, and for the high-grade ground-level pills, he would only need to pay 600 to 700 spiritual crystal S, 3 batches at most, and 3 pellets at the very most. This St. Pill Palace was making a huge profit, not to mention the additional 100,000 spiritual crystal S that were charged according to the unspoken rules. At the same time, he also prevented ordinary people from fighting with him for benefits. To put it bluntly, he was exploiting ordinary people, and the ones who earned the most were the people at the highest level, followed by a small portion of alchemists. People were not allowed to trade elixirs in the sacred city. If discovered, it would be considered a violation of the rules and would be blacklisted. The reason was that it was to prevent people from using inferior elixirs to swindle yin-yin. All in all, it was quite impressive. The world is as dark as a crow. I wonder if this was the case when the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord was here? Chun Xiang thought. Everyone was already on fire, and all the pill furnaces were emitting a faint flame. All the alchemists who came to partake. 1. P8 in the exam were at a decent level. This ability to control fire was hard to come by even in Ditian's case. Chun Xiang suddenly had an idea, which was to bring back a large group of outstanding alchemists. If his dragon subduing school wanted to become stronger, he would need a certain number of outstanding alchemists. In order to not attract too much attention, Qin Xiang only planned to refine a relived Dan in one go. Furthermore, he had to slow down the concocting process by a lot, and if he revealed too much of his edge, it would bring about a lot of trouble. Qin Xiang had already mastered the first 5 stages of foreseeing alchemy, but he was only using the 4th stage now. This would make it much easier for him. To him, concocting a batch of relived Dan in 4 hours was like playing around. When the elders in charge of supervising the examination saw that Chun Xiang had succeeded in concocting a batch of relived Dan, they were all secretly unhappy in their hearts. They hoped that Qin Xiang would fail the next batch. This caused the other alchemists to have a whole new level of respect for Qin Xiang. Originally, they thought that Qin Xiang was a fool who did not understand the rules, and did not think that such a person could refine pills that easily. But now that Qin Xiang had refined 2 batches of relived Dan in a row, they all admired him from the bottom of their heart. In the eyes of these alchemists, the low-quality pill furnaces and the low-quality medicinal ingredients were extremely difficult to refine into pills. For Chun Xiang to be able to do it, it meant that his level Serpa said most of the alchemists here. Only a few had failed and most had succeeded. It had already been 5 hours, and the rest of the people had already left because their ingredients and pill furnaces were all good. Very soon, they had completed their examination and were going to claim a gold medal. Of course, if Chun Xiang had not deliberately slowed down, the fastest person to complete the examination would have been him. Qin Xiang was deliberately delaying until it was almost over before he could open the pill furnace. Especially when he saw the impatient looks of the old men, he laughed and sighed. If not for Qin Xiang, these old men would have left 6 hours ago. But now they had to wait for Qin Xiang to arrive at the end, as they all had alchemists, so they could tell that Qin Xiang's level wasn't low. If he had good medicinal ingredients and pill furnaces, he would definitely be faster than the other alchemists. Of course, they thought that Qin Xiang would lose very soon. An hour before the end, Qin Xiang opened the lid of the pill furnace and took out a relived Dan. "I'm done," Qin Xiang said. At this time, he saw a crafty look in the elder's eyes. "Time is up. You can come next time." An old man sneered. "Isn't there still an hour left?" Qin Xiang said angrily in his heart. Another old man shouted, "If I say the time is up, then it's time. Scram quickly, otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." "Scram! We pretended we didn't see you cheating. Don't think that we don't know that you're cheating. We are only giving you a second chance. Let you come back next time." Next time? Was it giving away 100,000 spiritual crystal? Qin Xiang laughed coldly in his heart as he clenched his fists so hard that they crackled loudly. Originally, he did not intend to cause any big ruckus, but he felt that these few old fellows in front of him were too overbearing and could not be forgiven. Arrogant pill G. Oh, D. You're not leaving? Fine, we will treat you as a cheat. As long as we shout, you will be thrown out. You're not leaving? Fine, we will treat you as a cheat. As long as we shout, you will be thrown out. What are you looking at? Get lost. You ungrateful fellow. Seeing how Qin Xiang's eyes were filled with a murderous light, the few old men felt that Qin Xiang was in danger. Come. An old man wanted to say something, but only one word came out. The top of his throat had an extra sword, a green engraved dragon sword, which was the sword Qin Xiang used to transform into a green dragon demon-slain broadsword, and directly pierced through the old man's armor, and pierced through his throat. No need to shout. I'll send you on your way faster. The furious Qin Xiang said in a low voice as he quickly slapped the old man's abdomen with his palm. The dense innate chi that was formed from the 30 heaven pills fiercely rushed out and turned into the power of the universe. Heaven Blasting Palm. Such a powerful innate chi unleashed Heaven Blasting Palm. Not only did it shatter the old man's body into mincemeat, it also knocked away the 3 old men who were charging towards him. These elderly men were just people who had gone through 7 tribulations and 8 tribulations. Chun Xiang didn't need the dragon power. He didn't need the heaven-earth killing method to kill them easily. I'll make you all act arrogantly. Chun Xiang unleashed the water vine, entangling the 3 elders who had opened their eyes. Then, with the speed of shrinking step, he flashed past the 3 elders in an instant and struck them 3 times with the Heaven Blasting Palm, killing them with a single palm. The Heaven Blasting Palm shook the entire sacred pill hall. Chun Xiang could sense that a lot of people were charging in and plucking the storage, magic treasure S of these elders. Then they would activate their spatial laws and travel through S, P, A, C, to directly leave the sacred pill hall through the walls. He had failed to take the test for the gold medal alchemist S. But Chun Xiang did not lose anything, and instead earned quite a bit of money. Amongst the old men's storage magic treasure, there were only a few that could be opened, with a total of more than 2 million spiritual crystal. These spiritual crystal were all collected from the unwritten rules just now. These fellows made a huge profit every time they took the examination, so it was no wonder that they would do this. Chun Xiang had changed his appearance, so he did not need to worry about being discovered. Originally, he had only wanted to get a gold medal alchemist in a low profile, and then sneak into a pill shop to get some high-grade medicinal ingredients for a large number of copies. It was just that during the AS assessment, those old geezers had gone too far and caused him to go into a rage, killing them all. This matter caused a huge stir in the Holy City, causing the upper echelons of the Holy City to be furious. The high bounty was a clue, because it had been a long time since there had been someone who dared to provoke the rules of the Holy City. In terms of refining high-grade ground-level pills, they were still pretty good. Over the years, many of the people who partook. 1. P. Aided in the examination knew that these old geezers would deliberately collect some fees, and in the sacred city, they would just keep their eyes closed. Some suspected that the spiritual crystal S these old geezers collected would be distributed to some of the powers in the sacred city. The sacred city was protected by many powerful forces, and now that such a thing had happened, the people were all guessing that person Zident. One Tai, he was so daring to kill one of the 4 great forces. The 4 old men that Chun Xiang had killed were all sent here by the 4 great clans. He only found out afterwards that the strongest powers here were the 4 great clans, namely the Long, Xia, Han, and Xie clans. Little naughty dragon, I wonder what kind of relations I plus P the Long family has with the dragon family. If we meet them, would you be able to tell that they have the bloodline of a dragon in their bodies? Chun Xiang asked. Of course, I can feel it. Don't forget who I am. I am the reincarnation of an ancient ancestor dragon, the future heavenly dragon supreme lord. Chun Xiang directly ignored the bragging behind her. He wouldn't accept the alchemist's test during this period of time, because if he wanted to investigate that matter, it would take at least half a year. Let's see if we can steal it first. These 4 Blee families are too powerful. They monopolize everything and won't allow anyone to buy or sell it privately. Chun Xiang did not have any good impressions towards the 4 great families, and during the A assessment he had already experienced the dark side of these powers, so he could only come up with this plan. Chun Xiang was very curious about the relations. I plus P between the Long family and the Long family here, so the first person he looked for was the Long family. In the Holy City, the Long family occupied a large area. The pill shops here were all owned by the Long family, and all sorts of shops were run by the Long family. Outsiders couldn't enter this area at all, and the things here were extremely expensive. Holy Dragon Hall. This was a restaurant. Chun Xiang found the name Holy Dragon funny, because he had killed a small holy dragon not long ago. Chen Xiang knew that this restaurant was very expensive, but he had just had over 2 million spiritual crystal S. He looked like a young man with average looks, just that his clothes were shabby. Originally, the waiter did not want to entertain him, but seeing the brilliant spiritual crystal in his hands, he immediately welcomed him with a smile and anxiously asked Chen Xiang what he wanted to eat. First, let's have a roasted crane, a pot of 1,000-year immortal wine brewed with 100 flowers immortal dew, and then we'll add a few small dishes of the immortal beast's meat. Chen Xiang had eaten holy dragons before, but those were eaten from refining pills. He had never tasted the meat of holy dragons before, which made him somewhat regretful. However, Long Shui had said that although there weren't many holy dragons in Imperial Dragon Clan, there were still quite a few of them, so there was still a chance to eat grilled dragon meat in the future. The dishes that Chen Xiang had ordered were all very expensive. Even if it was just a few deities, he could barely afford to eat them. But now he had ordered so many dishes by himself. He looked just like a nouveau riche. Some people secretly disdained him in their hearts, but they were still envious. After all, not everyone had so many spiritual crystal to squander. When the dishes came, Chen Xiang split them into two and placed the other half into the ring, allowing Long Shui, the little gluttonous dragon, to eat some meat. She ate those strange flowers and herbs as well as some pills every day, which made Chen Xiang sick of looking at them. Su Meiyao and Bai Yu were also tasting these dishes. In the past, they had all eaten this before, but it had been a while since they had tasted this kind of food, so tasting it now would be good as well. After Chen Xiang finished eating his fill, he saw a big-sized man walking in. He was dressed in golden scale armor, making him look even more ferocious. In his hand was a gold piece of paper, which the shopkeeper placed on a conspicuous place. This big guy has a faint dragon aura. This Long family really does have something to do with dragons. Long Shui said. This large man was clearly a member of the Long family. Moreover, after he walked in, the people eating here all seemed very nervous. After sticking the golden paper on top, Chen Xiang immediately took a look at the contents on it. At first, he thought it was a bounty or something, but it was not. It was a recruitment notice. The person who had sent out this announcement was actually the precious daughter of the Long family head. Not only Chen Xiang, many people were attracted by the contents of the notice and were even discussing it after they finished reading it. Not only Chen Xiang, many people were attracted by the contents of the notice and were even discussing it after they finished reading it. Isn't this Long Huishan actually the daughter of the Long family's patriarch? To actually want to recruit people outside to go with her to the Dragon Cave. That's right, the Long family has so many experts. Do we need to spend so many spiritual crystal S to invite outsiders? What is the purpose of this? Could it be that he had specially recruited someone to send them to their deaths? Who didn't know of the dangers of Dragon Cave? If we don't go in and out, even the most powerful immortal king wouldn't dare to go in. 500,000 spiritual crystal per month, and there were even pills to provide on the way. To many people, this was indeed an enticing task to have strength above the nirvana tribulation. One had to pass S. Long Huishan's personal test. From the discussions of the crowd, Chen Xiang already knew what kind of place the Dragon Cave was. It was a dangerous place where a dragon once lived, but it was very dangerous inside. A dragon. This made Chen Xiang think of the dragon Chaotic Mountain had spoken of. It was this dragon that took away 27 treasure chests, leaving behind only 3. He guessed that the dragon that lived in the Dragon Cave before was this darned dragon. Chen Xiang immediately rushed to the Long family's place that specialized in selling magic treasures. Because the South assessment would take place right here, he didn't dare go to that place by himself. Long Huishan guessed that since Long Huishan was the only daughter of the Long family patriarch, she would definitely protect him well. Chen Xiang originally thought that he was the first person to arrive, but he didn't think that there would already be a large group of people queuing up here. Are these shameless fellows here to take a look at the Long family's eldest daughter? Aren't they afraid of being despised if they fail the examination? Chen Xiang really wanted to slap the thin guy in front of him flying. Suddenly, a slightly angry but pleasant voice came from inside the shop. Those who have yet to undergo the 5 nirvana tribulations are not allowed to come. If you don't listen to the warning, I will let him have a taste of the power of the 5th nirvana tribulation. While there were only 3 people in front of Chen Xiang, he could already see Long Huishan. Her figure was not bad. She was tall enough, with legs long enough, although her chest was not very big. But it was just nice. It was just that her face was covered by a white veil, and only her forehead, the bei's willow-shaped eyebrows, and her pair of beautiful and intelligent eyes were visible. As long as you pull this sword out, even if you pass the examination, I will immediately arrange for someone to serve you. Long Huishan wore a plain white dress. She didn't seem like a big miss at all. She waved the golden sword in her hand, and the golden sheath released a faint golden light. It looked like this sword was not simple. It was actually very similar to the holy dragon sword that he had obtained. This sword was being played with by Long Shui all day, but Long Shui disliked the holy dragon sword being too weak. It could only be considered a toy. This woman has the power of an ice dragon. The people of the Long family should have the blood of an ice dragon. I actually can't remember. There's a powerful ice dragon in the Imperial Dragon clan. Long Shui said, "She has the strength of an immortal. Be careful. Don't let her see anything." Chen Xiang looked at the person in front of him. His strength was not weak. He had endured the 8 nirvana tribulations. When he picked up the sword, his hand actually trembled a little. Chen Xiang could clearly see a burst of cold qi flowing out of the man's arm. This sword actually had such a terrifying, icy, cold power. The man hastily put down his sword, took a deep breath, shook his head, and turned away. Chen Xiang suspected that the dragon cave must be an ice cave. If not, this young Miss Long would not test someone's ability to resist the cold. Mr. W.A.N.G., you are also interested in Dragon Cave? Long Huishan said to the old man next to him. Mr. W.A.N.G. should be famous. If not, Long Huishan would not call him that. I've been wanting to go for a while now, but I can't find a good team. The white-haired old man smiled and picked up the golden, sheathed sword on the table. This old fellow is an immortal, and it seems like he's an alchemist. Long Shui said, "This sword should be an ice dragon sword without a mistake. I don't know much about ice dragons. All I know is that many years ago, the ice dragon branch and the other dragons were at odds." Long Huishan's expectations for Mr. W.A.N.G. was high, as expected, after the old man picked up the ice-cold sword. He did not look like the previous person, but he still took half a cup of tea to stabilize his trembling arm and dispel the cold energy in his body. He slowly pulled the sword out and only saw a cold glimmer on the sword's body. A gust of cold air immediately gushed out, causing the surroundings to be covered in frost. Chen Xiang was sure that the sword was a holy level dragon artifact, like the holy dragon sword. Mr. W.A.N.G., you've said, "Please come next." Long Huishan was very happy and said very gently, she really did not have any airs of being young miss, which made the observing men exclaim in their hearts, because they usually only heard about the young miss of the Long family and did not show her face. There was still another person in front of Chen Xiang, but this one was already frozen just now. After he dispelled the cold energy from his body, he quickly left. That guy is also an immortal. Although he has just become an immortal, he is still too useless. Why did he suddenly run away like that? Long Shui snorted. Chen Xiang's body was also covered in frost, but there was nothing happening inside his body. When the people behind him saw the sword, they all scattered, because the sword had not even been completely unsheathed, and he had almost frozen the deity to death. As people who had experienced the Nirvana realm, how could they dare to touch it? Are you from the Nirvana tribulation? You have already seen the power of this sword, so you should have retreated in the face of danger. Long Huishan looked at Chen Xiang with a pair of beautiful eyes. Her gentle eyes carried goodwill. I have just said the Nirvana, tribulation. Qinxiang said indifferently, I think I can unsheath this sword. Behind Long Huishan, there were two STU, golden armored men. They were not weak either. Hearing Qinxiang's words, they sneered. Even our seventh miss can't be completely pulled out, can you? Who do you think you are? The big man couldn't help but sneer. That's right, this sword is very powerful, but I am not afraid of being taken away. The person who took this sword away must have frozen to death before he could even walk out of Holy City. Long Huishan said as he nodded his head. Qinxiang really wanted to pick up this sword and run away. He wanted to see if he really could not leave the sacred city, since this sword was a holy level dragon artifact. What if I can pull it out? Qinxiang really wanted this sword. How about you give it to me? Everyone immediately scolded him. If you can't pull it out, then it's yours. If you can't, then leave. Do you have a white wolf in your hand? That's right. Even an immortal like Old Man W. A.N.G. almost burped from the cold. Do you think you're an immortal king? Qinxiang did not care about these words. He only looked at the golden-sheathed sword on the table, wanting to see through it with his divine power. Qinxiang stared at the ice dragon's sword intently, causing the two men behind Long Huishan to be worried that he would suddenly take action to SNA to CH it away, and kept their guards up. Qinxiang stared at the ice dragon's sword intently, causing the two men behind Long Huishan to be worried that he would suddenly take action to S. And he H it away and kept their guards up. This ice dragon sword is not simple. I feel that there is a very familiar power within. There is a problem with the sword sheath. The sword sheath is different from the holy dragon sword's sword sheath. If you look carefully, the material of this sword sheath is the same as the 3 treasure chests. Long Shui anxiously said. The 3 treasure chests that he got from the chaotic mountain could not be opened. Now that he had some idea of them, how could he not be excited? It was just that this ice dragon sword belonged to someone else, and he could already feel that in this shop that sold weapons and magical equipment, there was a very powerful fellow. To be honest, the dragon cave we're going to go to is a land of frost. As long as we can pull out a little of the sword, no one would freeze to death when they go there. Furthermore, even my grandfather can only barely pull this sword out completely. Long Huishan also felt that Qinxiang did not know his place. If you really can pull it out, then I don't mind giving it to you. Long Huishan's last sentence made everyone cry out and really gave it out as a gift. It was at this time that Long Huishan spoke again. This sword was gifted to me by my grandfather, so he is also unable to use this sword. If Sir can truly pull it out, it means that you are fated with this sword. However, if you are unable to pull out, you have to give me something as well. Long Huishan laughed mischievously, waiting for Qinxiang to take out something. Although she was sure that Qinxiang was unable to pull it out, she was still cautious. The sword was already hers, but if someone else took it away so easily, her heart would ache. With such a large clan like the Long family, to be able to take out something that Long Huishan had set his eyes on was definitely not easy. Do you have the confidence to pull this sword out? If we succeed in getting them, we might be able to open those 3 treasure chests. Long Shui asked. If you think it's possible, then use the jade dragon flower. This girl must have the blood of an ice dragon in her body, so she should have some understanding about the dragon race. She knows how precious the jade dragon flower is. Jade dragon flower was a holy level dragon medicine, a medicinal ingredient that could refine holy elixir, and it was also very precious in sacred Dan realm. Qinxiang planned to give it a try. He had a few jade dragon flower S, and all of them were copied from creation divine liquid. All right, Qinxiang took out the jade dragon flower and placed it on the table. Seeing the jade-like flower and feeling the bizarre dragon chi, Long Huishan was stunned and stared at the jade dragon flower with her beautiful eyes. The 2 burly men behind her also recognized this item. Jade dragon flower. Long Huishan shouted in shock. That's right, but compared to your sword, it's nothing. But this is already my most precious thing. Qinxiang said, If you agree, then I will begin. Long Huishan muttered to herself for a while, as though she was trying to communicate with the people in the room. She then nodded her head. You can begin. Everyone looked down at Qinxiang with contempt. But when they saw him take out the jade dragon flower, they knew that he had a powerful background. At that moment, even Long Huishan was worried that he would pull out the sword, and at that time, the ice dragon's sword would be given to someone else. Qinxiang grabbed the sword sheath, and sure enough, he felt that the sword sheath had the same power as the other 3 treasure chests. And at the same time, a wave of icy cold power attacked him, drilling into his body. He anxiously used the Fire G, OD method to refine it. The moment he held the sword hilt, Qinxiang immediately felt the strong resistance of the ice dragon's sword, like a dragon whose tail had been pinched by someone. He could even hear the roaring of the ice dragon's sword, followed by a powerful cold energy that attacked him, freezing his entire arm and forming a thick layer of ice. Before he had even pulled out the sword, the ice dragon's sword had resisted so tenaciously. This showed just how powerful the spirit of the sword was. Seeing this, Long Huishan heaved a sigh of relief. She believed that Qinxiang would definitely give up, because the first time she held the sword, she held it the same way. She took a long time to hold it without being resisted. If it was touched by a stranger, it would happen. Qinxiang released the holy devil-suppressing seal's power from his body, and immediately suppressed the strong cold power. The ice on his arm was also blasted away. This came as a great surprise to many people. To think that he could resist the ice dragon sword's resistance to prevent himself from being frozen. Even that Mr. W, A, and G from before could not do it. Many people could tell that Qinxiang was only around the strength of nirvana tribulation from the innate qi that he had released, but they were able to resist the terrifying cold energy coming from within the sword. Long Huishan frowned slightly. If Qinxiang could completely pull it out, this sword would no longer belong to her Long family. It took a lot of effort for Qinxiang to suppress the sword, but he was sure that if he were to slightly pull it out, the cold energy released by the sword would be even stronger, and at that time he would not be able to suppress it. Right? Philosophic stone. Qinxiang suddenly thought of the mysterious philosophic stone. He could not do anything to them previously, and had to rely on them to melt the profound being. The philosophic stone had already fused into his body. He quietly let the philosophic stone pop out from his palm, touching the sword hilt. Then he focused his mind on the philosophic stone. Sure enough, the materials for this sword came from the mysterious, profound, cold, ancient realm. Qinxiang did not know why, but after he took out the philosophic stone, the sword suddenly did not resist him anymore. Taking the chance, Qinxiang slowly pulled the sword out. A burst of intense white light accompanied by a gulp came out. The sword body shone with a cold light. Under the light of the sun, it was extremely dazzling. What was unbelievable was that this sword no longer had the threatening, ice-cold energy from before. The ice dragon's sword had been completely unsheathed. But Qinxiang was even more concerned with the sword sheath, because he felt that the sword sheath could possibly open the 3 treasure chests. Qinxiang smiled at Long Huishan. This is mine now. He kept the jade dragon flower and turned to leave, but Long Huishan anxiously shouted at him, Sir, this sword is called the Ice Dragon Sword, and you are actually able to pull it out so easily. That means you are destined to be there. I have already promised to give it to you, and I will never go back on my word. Thank you. Qinxiang placed the Ice Dragon's sword into the ring and let Long Shui try to open the treasure chest. He remembered that there was a hole in the 3 treasure chests that was enough to fit into the sword sheath. You have already passed, said the examination. You can come with me to the dragon cave. Didn't you come here before because of this? Long Huishan's beautiful eyes sparkled as if she was inviting her. Qinxiang originally planned to go, but he had the ice dragon sword and was waiting to open the 3 treasure chests. Chun Xiang originally planned to go, but he had the ice dragon sword and was waiting to open the 3 treasure chests. But now Long Shui said, "I can't open it. It requires a lot of energy. I just tried it a little, and I nearly used up all of my energy. If you open it, the sword sheath's power will also be lost, and it will take a very long time to finish condensing." So troublesome. Chun Xiang cursed in his heart. "I think there must have been 30 keys then, and there's only one now, so it will be a while before we open one." Long Shui said, "If you want to promise this little girl that you will go with her to the dragon cave, you can just eat and drink for free with her. Young master, can you come with me to Dragon Cave for an adventure?" Long Huishan asked again. "Of course not. I was just worried before. Because I have your Long family's treasured sword." Chun Xiang laughed awkwardly. "I am a little scared." "Don't worry. I guarantee that no one in the Long family will take back this sword. This sword was given to me by my grandfather. I can give it to whoever I want." Long Huishan smiled lightly and let a maid bring Chun Xiang to the store's backyard. Chun Xiang followed the servant through the birdsong and fragrant garden and arrived at a small hut. At this time he could no longer sense the expert inside. He guessed that he had already left and was returning to the Long family. The servant girl told Chun Xiang to stay here and not to wander around. Otherwise there would be dangers and the like. Chun Xiang felt that this Long Huishan was not simple. There was clearly a reason to go to the dragon cave, and he definitely would not go explore it. Chun Xiang entered the room and casually set up a few enchantments. Then he took out the Yanlong furnace and took out the skill that Bai Ziqian had given him, the skill used to refine drunk ji, OD powder. The refining process was very simple. It was to use the suitable flames to burn the drunk ji, D flower to form a white powder, but the poison mist from the drunk ji, D flower would not dissipate. Chun Xiang did not have many drunk ji, D powder, only about 10 or so, but it was enough for him to refine quite a few of them. This drunk ji, D powder was definitely easier to use than magical corruption gas S. Magical corruption gas could make people get poisoned, but after being poisoned to death, it was very easy to be seen by others, and when entering the body, it was very easy to be detected by others. It was not safe to deal with those who are very strong. However, this drunk ji, D powder could quietly spread out inside the human body. If it wasn't for the Immortal King or the Dragon King, it would normally be able to quietly numb the opponent's strength, and by the time the other party discovered it, their power would have already been anesthetized and killed by then. Refining drunk ji, D powder was extremely easy. Chun Xiang had the basics of refining pills, and adding on by Ziqian's experience, he succeeded in one attempt. After that, he even continued to refine a few of them. Chun Xiang stayed in the small house for 3 days. On the 3rd night, Long Huishan suddenly knocked on the door. In these past 3 days, Long Huishan would occasionally come to find him. She only told her a few things about him under an A.S., some name. "Young Master Yin will be leaving tonight. The road might not be peaceful, so you have to be prepared." Long Huishan said in a low voice, her beautiful eyes filled with seriousness. Traveling through the night, this made Chun Xiang feel like he was escaping. "Amen, I understand. After this is done, you just need to fulfill your promise and pay me the spiritual crystal." Chun Xiang said very casually. Long Huishan did not believe that Chun Xiang needed spiritual crystal. With a holy level dragon medicine like jade dragon flower, how could he lack spiritual crystal? If not for the fact that she hid Chun Xiang here, many powers might have sent people to follow him and find a way to get his jade dragon flower. Long Huishan had only brought Chun Xiang and Mr. W. A. and Jialong, which surprised Chun Xiang greatly. He had originally thought that Long Huishan would bring a large group of people and majestically rush towards the dragon cave. This woman is not simple. Only now did Chun Xiang realize that this gentle and beautiful Long Huishan actually had a belly full of schemes. This was because they didn't leave the sacred city by walking out, but through a secret transmission array. This transmission array was also in the backyard. Just as they left the sacred city, the sky above the sacred city was already lit up by the light of the fire. Chun Xiang estimated that the place where the fire took place would be the backyard of the shop. Rest assured, as long as you two follow me to the dragon cave, I guarantee that you two can safely enter the depths of the dragon cave. There will be some treasures inside that you can retrieve on your own. My situation right now isn't too good, so I can't trust the people of the Long family. I have no other choice, which is why I hired people to travel with me. Since the two of you aren't lacking spiritual crystalless, I believe that you can come with me to explore the dragon cave. Long Huishan hurriedly said, "Let's hurry up and go. As for the others, I hope the two of you can understand. I can't say too much." Chun Xiang immediately guessed that there was a change in Long Huishan's family. Otherwise, she would not so casually give the ice dragon sword to him. Chun Xiang and the old man G did not ask too much and only followed Long Huishan for a night. Along the way, they said through the transmission array arranged by Long Huishan and headed north, quickly leaving the sacred city. At dawn, they came to a river and rested there. Long Huishan by the river plussing the silk. She gave the feeling of a weak, kind, and delicate woman, but all this scape along the way. Chun Xiang and old man G had a whole new level of respect for her. "Let's go. We should be able to reach the dragon cave in 3 days." Just as Long Huishan took a few steps, the old man G suddenly pounced towards Chun Xiang. His withered palm released a burst of extremely terrifying power, heavily SMAs. Plussing onto Chun Xiang's chest and causing Chun Xiang to fly backwards, his entire body slicing into the stone mountain. Mr. Although Long Huishan was surprised, he reacted quickly and immediately dodged to the side to avoid the attack from the old man "I'm sorry, Miss Long," old man G sneered. He, who looked kind and amiable, now had a face full of viciousness. "I didn't expect you to be Uncle's man. It turns out that you and Uncle were pretending to have a falling out." Long Huishan was slightly angered and continued to dodge. This old man G was originally a teacher in the Long family, but he had a falling out with the elder brother of the Long family and left the Long family. Your father is dead, and the current patriarch is your uncle's. Even if you manage to obtain the inheritance of the ancestor in the Dragon Cave, it would be useless. If he manages the Long family, he can definitely make the Long family even more glorious. As old man G spoke, he continued to attack Long Huishan, every move extremely vicious. Chun Xiang crawled out from within the stone mountain, looked at elder G and scolded, "This old bastard actually plotted against me, just you wait." Chun Xiang hid to the side and watched the battle between Long Huishan and that old man Weng. What he did not expect was that Long Huishan's strength was actually very strong, which made him feel that Long Huishan had faintly reached the level of that purple moon, causing this old man Weng to be unable to succeed for a long time. Chun Xiang hid to the side and watched the battle between Long Huishan and that old man Weng. What he did not expect was that Long Huishan's strength was actually very strong, which made him feel that Long Huishan had faintly reached the level of that purple moon, causing this old man Weng to be unable to succeed for a long time. The power that Long Huishan was using was actually the dragon power, and it was even an ice-cold dragon power. When the long sword was swung out, it could always set off gusts of cold wind, and if it was struck, it would definitely be extremely uncomfortable. However, that old man Weng could actually block Long Huishan's sword with a pair of flaming fists. This old bastard is alchemist. You better not tell me you have a fire soul. Chun Xiang muttered in his heart. Mother ***, there really is one. White fire soul. Chun Xiang was startled for a moment. This kind of fire soul was an abnormal fire soul. Sister Meiyao, this white fire soul is obviously for you. Qin Xiang took out the death-haunting arrow, waiting for the chance to take action. He felt that he and Long Huishan were on the same side now, and if he wanted Old Man Wang's corpse, she would definitely give it to him. Just as Qin Xiang had guessed, a change had happened to the Long family. Long Huishan's father, the patriarch, had died, and according to the rules, the position should be given to the patriarch's children. Other than Long Huishan, all of the other sons of the patriarch had been killed. In order to obtain the position of clan leader from his uncle, he wanted to kill Long Huishan no matter what, but Long Huishan was being protected by a powerful warrior from the clan, and that expert was obviously the one that Chen Xiang sensed earlier he should be dead now. This girl is really secretive. She's trying to trick Old Man Wang's into wanting to know who killed her great-uncle. Without even guessing, you can already tell that it's her uncle's group. If it's me, just kill those people if you have the strength to do so in the future. Stop wasting your breath on Old Man Wang right now. Qin Xiang could see the terrifying dragon power in Long Huishan's body. No, she seems to be poisoned. Even though she can't use her full strength, she still has to suppress the poison in her body. Long Shui said. Chen Xiang suddenly thought of the pellet Old Man Wang had given them, but Old Man Wang had said that it could quickly recover his strength. He did not expect it to be a poison pellet, but he remembered that neither he nor Long Huishan had eaten it and only kept it. He immediately took out the poison pill and examined it carefully. He discovered that the poison was concealed on the surface, and any touch would result in poison. This old thing, I'll let him see what the most powerful poison is and how he dares to play this trick in front of me. Qin Xiang decided to test the drunk Ji. Oh, de-powder using this Old Man Wang, haha. You must have already discovered that you are poisoned. You will definitely die today. Old Man Wang laughed. When did you poison it? This should be the origin sealing poison. Long Huishan's face turned ugly. If she was not poisoned, she would have killed this Old Man Wang a long time ago. When you took the pill from me, you were poisoned. Don't worry, I'll send you to see that kid very soon. He died in such a pitiful way, and I don't even know why he was killed by me. Although Elder Wang knew that Chen Xiang was not simple, he believed that if he were to use his palm, even Long Huishan would be heavily injured, let alone a poisoned brat. The ice dragon sword and jade dragon flower on him are mine now, haha. Old Man Wang fought with Long Huishan as he laughed loudly. Long Huishan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Right at this time, Old Man Wang's palm landed on her abdomen, causing the poison in her body to spread even faster. Humph, you want to fight for the position of the Long family's patriarch with your master? You overestimate yourself. Elder Wang took out a big blade, but he did not know that Qin Xiang, who was hiding in the treetop, was aiming at him with his death-haunting arrow. An old fellow dares to kill a leader like me? You overestimate yourself. Qin Xiang sneered in his heart, took out a drunk de-powder, and let the transparent powder condense inside the crossbow arrow. The crossbow arrows were condensed out of his powerful strength. Once the drunk de-powder was placed inside, as long as it pierced the enemy's body, the drunk de-powder would scatter inside, and the poison would spread at a rapid pace. Old B-A-S-T-A-R-D, don't get C-O-C-K-Y. Qin Xiang steeled his heart and released an arrow. Old Man Wang immediately sensed it and instinctively released a barrier of light. However, a powerful dragon power condensed on top of the crossbow arrow and directly pierced through his barrier of light. The crossbow arrow accurately pierced into his heart from his back. Old Man Wang's body was extremely strong. The arrow exploded within his body, but it could not shatter his heart. He immediately howled, but his expression suddenly became very ugly. Because he couldn't do it anymore, his entire body was soft and weak. He quickly discovered that this poison was not simple. It was very likely to be the kind of poison that was rumored to be found in legends. Drunken G. O.D. Qin Xiang did not let him speak. He rushed forward and waved his green sword, cutting off the head of the old man W.A.N.E. Then he activated devouring magic kung fu and started to absorb the white fire soul from his body, condensing it into a bead. Long Huishan just sat on the ground and looked at this scene in shock. She thought that Qin Xiang had been killed with a single palm, but she never thought that he would actually appear and kill the old man. You should have the antidote pill, right? Qin Xiang removed the old man W.A.N.G's storage magic treasure S and took out 100,000 or so spiritual crystal S and a bottle of that poison pill. Seeing that Qin Xiang did not do anything to her, Long Huishan heaved a sigh of relief and took out an antidote pill to swallow. At this moment, she felt that the person in front of her was extremely mysterious, being able to easily pull out the ice dragon sword and furthermore, using the legendary super old poison S. That sword was formed from Qin Xiang's green dragon demon-slain broadsword, just so that it would not attract attention. Thank you. Long Huishan took off the black veil, revealing a beautiful yet haggard face, giving people a shocking feeling. It was Qin Xiang's first time seeing her complete appearance. You're welcome. I just think that you have the chance to take back the position of Long family's head. If I wish you success, then I will be very convenient here in the future, no? Qin Xiang laughed. Of course, I need your help right now. If you can wish for my success, there will definitely be benefits. She knew that Qin Xiang was a smart person and already knew the situation she was in. If Long Huishan wanted to succeed, she would need to obtain the inheritance of the ancestral dragon from the dragon cave, which allowed her to obtain a very strong power. When I have fully recovered, we will immediately rush over. If this old man W.A.N.G fails, my uncle will definitely send someone to wait for us on the road to Dragon Cave. Long Huishan sighed lightly. She felt that the whole journey would be very difficult. Long Huishan had quite a few good pills, and she was a strong ranker herself, so it wouldn't be long before she recovered to her peak. Long Huishan had quite a few good pills, and she was a strong ranker herself, so it wouldn't be long before she recovered to her peak. Miss Long, my strength is far inferior to yours. If your uncle sends someone, your strength should be about the same. When you and I are together, I'm worried that I won't be able to withstand their full strength. At that time, I might even implicate you. Qin Xiang did not retreat, but instead, he did not plan to walk together with Long Huishan. Long Huishan nodded his head. You are right, the person my uncle sent to kill me is definitely not weaker than me. If there were only a few of you, you would be in danger. Qin Xiang said, I plan to follow you in the dark. If you fight with those people, I can also provide support in the dark. Long Huishan immediately laughed softly. What a good method to secretly support you. Then let's make a deal. Your methods are indeed not easy to use. She already knew about Qin Xiang's drunk magical poison, but she did not ask or bring it up. She was very clear that Qin Xiang exposing this kind of thing was because he saved her. Even though Qin Xiang's strength was not strong, she was her savior and the only person she could trust. Before being poisoned, that was when she was at her weakest. Any one of them could have crippled her, but Qin Xiang did not do anything to her. Young Master Yin, I shall slow down so that you can keep up. You must be careful along the way. If you use 80% of your speed, I can keep up. Qin Xiang was very confident in his own speed. Qin Xiang maintained a distance with Long Huishan, dodging some of the nearby stealth and followed closely behind her. If Long Huishan chose to stay in the forest, it would make it easier for him to hide. She thought that Qin Xiang would not be able to keep up with her, so she stopped for a while before receiving Chun Xiang's sound transmission. This made her a little surprised, as she could not understand why Chun Xiang was so weak, but had a higher concealment ability than her. Chun Xiang had merged with a Tsamu Heavenly Dan before, and he had GRA, S with spirit afterwards, which allowed him to merge with nature, causing others to not be able to sense his existence. He felt that after the Tsamu Heavenly Dan fused with his GRA, S with spirit, it might become even more powerful, but that would still require more time. Young Master Yin, our Long family has domesticated a spirit beast called a dragon dog. This kind of dragon dog is not very strong, but its speed and final ability are very powerful, especially for those with the dragon bloodline. Long Huishan followed the imprint Chun Xiang had left in her sea of consciousness and transmitted sound. If it wasn't for that, she wouldn't have been able to find Chun Xiang. Then won't it be easy for them to find you? Chun Xiang was not worried that the dragon dog would notice him. Although he had a lot of dragon blood in his body, his concealment skills were very strong, so it was not easy to break through. My uncle will definitely ambush me on the way. As long as I am heading towards the dragon cave, I will definitely encounter an ambush on the way. Chun Xiang made Long Shui execute Heaven Tour method, and wandered around Long Huishan to prevent people from lying in ambush. If he could find them in time, he would use Death Haunting Arrow S and Drunk G. D Powder S to strike first. Something is coming. Long Shui shouted, "It's a few dogs, they are fast!" Chun Xiang immediately reminded Long Huishan, "The dragon dog is coming towards you, its speed is fast. I believe that those people are nearby, be careful." Long Huishan was very surprised. The dragon dog's sense of smell was very sensitive. Not only was its tracking ability strong, its concealing ability was also clever. But Chun Xiang could see that she really wanted to know the background of this young Master Yin. "There are 10 dragon dogs." Chun Xiang then told it to Long Huishan. For all these years, the Long family has only nurtured 10. I never thought that all of them would actually make a move. Long Huishan was already prepared for battle. Long Shui said, "I'll go kill those dogs. Seeing the dragon blood on their bodies makes me feel uncomfortable." Chun Xiang thought as he swam out and looked around him. Suddenly, he saw 3 figures flying over, looking like they had jumped from a very far distance. It was evident how powerful these 3 people were. Following that were the 10 dragon dogs pouncing towards him. The 3 old men and their 10 big dogs surrounding Long Huishan. Just when the 3 old men wanted to put the dragon dog back into the profound beast bag, Long Shui shouted, "Die!" The 10 dragon dogs suddenly howled and fell to the ground and died. Chun Xiang guessed that it was Long Shui's mental attack, so dealing with these spirit beastess would not be difficult. Kill her! The 3 old men were furious. The dragon dogs were a rare item. Over the years, they had only grown 10, which had cost them a lot of resources. However, they were suddenly killed, and thought that Long Huishan had killed them. Long Huishan was being attacked by 3 strong elders. Although she looked like she was being suppressed, she was not at a disadvantage, and could even make the old men's bodies get punched or 2 from time to time. Clang, 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 clang. No wonder Uncle Long Huishan was so worried about her. With her strength being so strong, she definitely has the qualifications to be the patriarch of the Long family. Her strength should be the same as the Super Yuan sect leader, just a step away from becoming an immortal king. Although I am just a step away, there is still a huge gap in strength. Long Shui said. Chun Xiang watched from the side, waiting for the best opportunity to make his move. He had a lot of experience in sneak attacks, and there were countless people who had suffered from his schemes, and the majority of them didn't even know how they died or who caused them to die. Then, how did Super Yuan sect leader manage to kill the 3 Horns Dragon King? The 3 Horns Dragon King should be more powerful than the human Immortal King. The strength of the Super Yuan sect leader is not even on the Immortal King level. Chun Xiang had been wondering the whole time. There is only one possibility. Super Yuan sect leader used drunk G. Oh, descent. He is very familiar with that group of primal chaos barbarians, so it is not strange that he could get his hands on drunk G. Oh, descent. Although Three Horns Dragon King is a poison dragon, if he was facing a large number of drunk G. Oh, descent, he would still have to kneel. Long Shui felt that this was the only explanation. Chen Xiang had already condensed a crossbow arrow that contained a large number of drunk Zhou descent. These three elders surrounding and attacking Long Huishan were only slightly weaker than him in terms of strength. But if it was those Tong Tian aristocratic family S and Sage Realm giants, they would definitely not be able to block 10 moves. The Sacred Dan Realm was indeed the same as the Heaven Realm. There were as many experts as clouds in the entire Long family. So what if you're an expert? Aren't you going to die because of me? Chen Xiang took a deep breath and continued to gather his energy. He planned to shoot 3 arrows at a time. Miss Long, quickly dodge it. Chun Xiang sent a sound transmission to Long Huishan, and this was also a good opportunity for Long Huishan to escape. The moment Long Huishan dodged, Chun Xiang activated his death-haunting arrow and released 3 arrows that pierced through the air. Although they did not hit the place Chen Xiang locked onto, the 3 crossbow bolts that contained a large number of drunk G. Oh, D powder still struck the 3 elders. These 3 old men were even more powerful than the old man, Weng. They were able to quickly discover that they were being plotted against, and immediately circulated all the energy in their bodies to resist the drunk God powder's poison. However, after the crossbow arrows had pierced into their bodies, the gathered drunk God powder S burst out. Their spreading speed was extremely fast. In a blink of an eye, they had reached their 4 limbs, and in a short period of time, their entire bodies were anesthetized. These 3 old men were even more powerful than the old man Weng. They were able to quickly discover that they were being plotted against, and immediately circulated all the energy in their bodies to resist the drunk God powder's poison. However, after the crossbow arrows had pierced into their bodies, the gathered drunk God powder S burst out. Their spreading speed was extremely fast. In a blink of an eye, they had reached their 4 limbs, and in a short period of time, their entire bodies were anesthetized. Long Huishan seized the opportunity to avoid any unforeseen events, and wielding the light blade, he came to the side of the 3 elders. Super old poison drunk God. Who was it? What is it? Long Huishan did not allow him to waste any more words. With one slash, 3 heads fell off. They didn't bring anything with them. It seems like they are worried that they won't be able to go back. Long Huishan used his blade to pick at the corpses of the elders, but he did not find any storage magic treasure. Let me clean it up. Go far away. Chun Xiang walked over. He was worried that when he was burning the corpses, the drunk D magical poison would float out. Only after Long Huishan left the area did Chen Xiang set fire to the corpses of the 3 people. He originally planned to take out the 3 people's heaven pills, but the heaven pills were destroyed due to the intoxicating poison. This woman should be at the late stage of a mortal monarch, or even at the peak of a mortal monarch. Even if you don't kill those 3 old fellows, giving her some time would be enough to kill those 3 old turtles. Long Shui said. Immortal monarch? This was the first time Chen Xiang had heard this name, so he continued to rush forward. Just like before, Chen Xiang continued to separate with her. After transcending the 9 nirvana tribulations, one would become a worldly immortal, also known as immortal. Demons are called devil immortals, while demons are demon immortals. Above them will be celestial immortals, celestial demons, and celestial demons. There are many people at this stage. Long Shui said, Sister Meiyao, Sister Yu, how strong were you in the past? Chen Xiang was extremely curious because they needed the holy level's medicinal pellets in order to recover their peak strength. Su Meiyao and Baiyu did not answer, but Long Shui guessed. It should at least be a mid or late stage immortal king. The immortal cultivation realms were divided into 4 levels: the front, middle, back, and peak. Under normal circumstances, the strength of each small level was far different. If it's you and me, you can't use common sense. The strength of a late-stage immortal king? Isn't that close to the strength of 10 heavens' supreme lord? Chunxiang said in shock. Far from it, Long Shui said. Then what about LV Qinlian? She is the demon empress, so she should have the strength of the immortal king. Qinxiang asked again. She should be a little immortal king, but she isn't that type of attack. She specializes in poison, so she doesn't look that powerful. But it's also very powerful. It's poison, you know. As he got closer and closer to the dragon cave, Qinxiang guessed that if Long Huishan talked about the ice dragon inheritance, she would probably become a immortal king. With this person as a backer, he wouldn't need to worry about any unspoken rules anymore. In front of him was a huge iceberg. The cold wind blew, and the nearby forest was covered in frost. After leaving the forest, the cold wind became stronger. When it blew across his face, it felt as if he was being cut by a blade. Even up to here, Chen Xiang still maintained a distance from Long Huishan. The facts proved that this was true, because just as Long Huishan walked out of the forest and headed towards a gigantic cave, a man in a red robe suddenly appeared. This man looked pretty delicate and pretty, and was similar to Long Huishan. My dear sister, you are truly amazing. The 3 elders were all killed by you, and not to mention so fast. From the looks of it, you seemed to be very relaxed back then. But now, the red-robed man had an evil smile on his face, and his voice sounded weird. When Long Huishan saw him, his face turned ugly. Why are you here? Weren't you already sealed by my father? Long Huishan anxiously took a few steps back, but suddenly there was a burst of red chi around her, causing her to be unable to move. Chen Xiang could already tell from her expression that this red-robed man was very powerful. He took out the death-haunting arrow, and just as he was about to attack, the red-robed man suddenly flashed and slapped Long Huishan's lower abdomen. Long Huishan let out a miserable cry as he fell onto the ground. The red-robed man grabbed onto Long Huishan's long hair and laughed sinisterly. Your blood must taste good, but I will let you live for a while longer. You better hand over the ice dragon sword, otherwise I won't let you die happily. Death-haunting arrow is useless. This guy has a powerful aura. Judging from his strength, he should be at the peak of a mortal monarch. Long Shui said, The ice dragon sword is not in my hands. Long Huishan said in pain. Not only was the red-robed man's strength strong, his methods were also strange. Chun Xiang could not understand why he could knock Long Huishan down with a single palm. Humph, that kid isn't with you. He must have died on the way. The ice dragon sword is definitely in your hands. The red-robed man's knee fiercely smashed into Long Huishan's abdomen, bringing with it a burst of red dragon power. But the blood that Long Huishan spat out was actually all sucked away by the red-clothed man. Qin Xiang's eyes lit up. He had thought of a brilliant plan, but it was extremely risky. Although he was hiding at the side, he was not discovered, and Long Huishan did not say that he was nearby either. Furthermore, Long Huishan had a face full of despair, clearly hoping that Yin Che would not come out and save him, because that would only harm him. Qin Xiang took out all the drunk Ji, D-powder S, and quickly refined the drunk Ji, D-powder into a gaseous state. After he was done, he absorbed a large amount of intoxicating poisonous gas into his body, and then took out the ice dragon sword S, and poured them into the ice dragon sword. Long and even if I die, I won't hand over the ice dragon sword to you. Just give up on this thought of yours. If you kill me, you won't get anything. Let's see how long you can last. Long and struck towards Long Huishan's abdomen again, and some red, evil dragon power were even injected into it. One could tell at a glance that it was that kind of thing that caused Long Huishan to be in extreme pain. Stop! The ice dragon sword is with me. Chun Xiang suddenly rushed out. Long Huishan glared at Qin Xiang and sent a sound transmission to Qin Xiang. Why did you come out? You absolutely cannot let the ice dragon's sword fall into his hands. You and I have no chance of winning against him. Qin Xiang did not respond to Long Huishan. When he saw that Long An was going to attack him, he immediately shouted, "If you dare touch me, I will kill myself, and my storage magic treasure will disappear with me. You want to use the ice dragon's sword to exchange for this woman." Long An looked at Qin Xiang with disdain. In his eyes, Qin Xiang was just a little bug that he could squash at any time. "That's right, let him go. I will hand the ice dragon's sword to you." Qin Xiang said, "How do I know if you have an ice dragon sword?" Long An sneered. "This woman has some ability. I don't want her to have the chance to counterattack me." Long Huishan anxiously transmitted to Qin Xiang, "Don't ever take out the ice dragon sword. He can control you in an instant." Long Huishan anxiously transmitted to Qin Xiang, "Don't ever take out the ice dragon sword. He can control you in an instant." Long An struck Long Huishan again, and the red-colored evil dragon power caused Long Huishan to feel excruciating pain. Qin Xiang furrowed his brows and took out the ice dragon sword. Seeing Qin Xiang take out the ice dragon sword, Long Huishan shut his eyes in despair. Indeed, just as Long Huishan said, Qin Xiang was instantly suppressed and was unable to move at all, while Long An had already rushed over. After grabbing the ice dragon's sword in Qin Xiang's hand, he sent it flying with a palm, and all of this happened in an instant. Qin Xiang was struck heavily with his palm. In the eyes of Long Huishan and Long An, he should be dead, but not only was Qin Xiang not dead, he had even arrived at Long Huishan's side in an instant. He held Long Huishan up, stepped on the shrinking step, and dodged Long An's palm strike from afar. Long An saw how cunning Qin Xiang was and was enraged. He pulled out his ice dragon sword, and a cold wind blew across the sky. At the same time, Long An laughed crazily. "Ha-ha! The ice dragon sword is mine now. Only I can pull it out of the Long family. Ha-ha!" But his laughter quickly stopped. His face suddenly turned green, and he threw away the ice dragon's sword-s. The moment Long An pulled out the sword, the cold energy within the ice dragon's sword gushed into his body crazily, while Qin Xiang poured a large amount of intoxicated divine poison into the ice dragon sword. Qin Xiang put down the stunned Long Huishan, took out the green dragon demon-slain broadsword that had turned into a green sword, and walked over with a smile. "Since you can pull out the ice dragon's sword before you die, you should be able to die with peace in your eyes." Long An collapsed onto the ground. He used all his strength he had, but he could only make his body tremble. His handsome face was sinister and angry. His hateful eyes seemed to want to bite off all of Qin Xiang's flesh one bite at a time. "Little B, A, S, T, A, R, D, what did you do to me?" Even now, Long An still didn't know that it was a drunk G. Oh, D magical poison. Haha. You want to know? But I won't tell you. I'll make it worse for you after you die. Qin Xiang laughed out loud and instantly released hundreds of sword attacks. The divine weapon could destroy everything. Long An, who had been struck by the drunk G, oh, demagical poison, was instantly chopped into minced meat like tofu, before finally being burnt to ashes. Qin Xiang kept his divine weapon and patted the red evil qi on his body. With a smile on his face, he walked towards Long Huishan, but along the way, Long Huishan witnessed him killing many powerful warriors. Although his strength was very weak, his methods were heaven-defying. At this moment, she was somewhat fearful of Qin Xiang. She had thought that she was someone who was about to become the Long family's patriarch, and was considered quite an influential person in the sacred Dan realm. However, the man in front of her was clearly more powerful, and this was the second time she had been saved. Moreover, she was saved by someone who was much weaker than her. Qin Xiang laughed. What is this guy's background? Why does he call you little sister? This guy has such a beautiful little sister like you. It really makes people jealous. In the sacred Dan realm here, as long as they talked about Long and no one would not be afraid. But Chen Xiang did not know Long Huishan suspected that Chen Xiang came from that sacred Dan realm. But she understood sacred Dan realm very well. Other than the stronger chaotic mountain, the rest of them would not even be able to enter the stage, for such a place to actually have this kind of innate. Long and is the eldest son of my uncle, 300 years ago, because he killed hundreds of thousands of people. He was sealed by my father, but I don't know where he obtained this evil art, which was especially used to absorb other people's flesh and blood to strengthen himself. After killing hundreds of thousands of people, he has already reached the early immortal king stage. Long Huishan consumed a pill that looked like a ruby, making her complexion look much better. I never thought that my uncle would actually release such a fellow. Back then, it wasn't easy for my father to control him, but now. Long Huishan thought back to when he was T by Chen Xiang's swift sword just now, and his heart had a lingering fear. But what was fortunate was that Chen Xiang had treated her very well, and did not have any ill intentions. I am truly ashamed. My strength is clearly much stronger than yours, yet it is so useless. I have been helped by you to this extent, and we have only known each other for a short period of time. Long Huishan faintly sighed. Those stronger than me. I've killed quite a number of them. Don't mind them. Chen Xiang laughed a little complacently. Where did you come from? You are definitely not from here. Long Huishan's injuries were much better now, so he and Chen Xiang walked towards the ice mountain's large cave. Chen Xiang asked, Am I from Ditian? Have you heard of Ditian? Long Huishan's face regained its rosiness as he said happily, I heard of it, but it broke at that time and is slowly forming again. I heard that Ditian is very big. When I have the chance, I really want to go and take a look. Chen Xiang giggled. Miss Long, if you can get the position of clan leader, at that time, I'll need you to help me get some precious medicine. Long Huishan was surprised. I didn't expect you to be an alchemist. It's so rare. I've rarely seen an alchemist running around by himself. Oh yeah, if you don't mind, just call me Sister Long. My brothers and sisters are dead. I will definitely become the Long family's patriarch and kill those ASTARDS who persecuted my family. Long Huishan turned his grief into strength, his face full of stubbornness. Sister Long, you will definitely succeed. Chen Xiang encouraged her, then asked, Big Sister Long, do you know anything about that sacred Dan realm over there? A while ago, something big happened over there. Long Huishan frowned, a look of surprise flashed. Plusing across her beautiful face. Prince Imperial Dragon was killed by a person called Chen Xiang. Dragon Emperor was furious and used her unparalleled strength to open a path to come here. But in the end, she knew that the person who killed Prince Imperial Dragon, Super Yuan sect leader, had returned after killing him. Long Huishan looked at Chen Xiang weirdly. She had heard quite a lot about that Chen Xiang before, and she even asked about him in detail. Your surname isn't Yin, right? Chen Xiang scratched his head and laughed. Is it because my surname is not Yin that I can't call you Big Sister? Long Huishan scoffed. You lied to me for a long time. In her mind, she recalled the cyan-colored long sword that Chen Xiang often took out. She suspected that it was the green dragon demon-slain broadsword, but did not look like a blade at all. Sister Long, you need to be clear. If the strong people here knew I was here, do you think I would be all right? I risked my life to tell you who I am. Long Huishan laughed tenderly. All right, you will still be young Master Yin in the future. Oh, right, you already have a green dragon, demon-slain broadsword. Why do you still have your eyes on my ice dragon sword? Chen Xiang deliberately revealed a face full of worry. Sister Long, do you want to act like a spoiled child and then ask me for it back? Ice Dragon Swordess were the keys to the 3 treasure chests. Even if Long Huishan wanted to return it, he would absolutely not return it. 13800 100. Ice Dragon Sword S were the keys to the 3 treasure chests. Even if Long Huishan wanted to return it, he would absolutely not return it. 138000100. Of course not. Ice Dragon Sword are actually not suitable for battle, but they are very scary. Back then, my grandfather used this sword to scare a lot of strong warriors, and like I said before, if you can pull it out, I will give it to you. Don't think so little of me. As the daughter of the patriarch, Long Huishan definitely had a lot of good things on her. Furthermore, she was very strong, and might even be the patriarch of the Long family in the future. She was also an immortal king. After entering the dragon cave, a burst of cold wind suddenly blew, as if it had penetrated Chen Xiang's body, causing him to feel as if his insides were frozen. Even the divine sense seemed to have been frozen over. On the other hand, Long Huishan was fine. At least Qin Xiang's physique and various protective measures were extremely heaven-defying. But right now his entire body was SI+ veering, and he had no choice but to use the heaven fire in his body to defend against the cold. After my Long family's bloodline became an ice dragon, I heard that the ice dragon's ancestral founder and a dozen or so human girls had gotten along well in order to have my bloodline. But after inheriting it for so long, the bloodlines have become very thin. Even the purest of bloodlines, up until now, only a few can awaken the ice dragon's bloodline, and I'm one of them. Long Huishan narrated the history of the Long family. Back then, my father knew that the Bastard might usurp the position and use all sorts of methods to buy back some of the clan's elders. My father was outnumbered, and later on, because my brother and brother were captured and threatened, he was distracted during the great battle and was eventually killed, and my brother and brother were not spared either. When Long Huishan talked about these things, she was abnormally calm. She was already able to control her emotions, but that did not mean that she was not angry. You have always been hiding your strength, and your uncle knew that you possessed the ice dragon sword, so he planned to keep it for you. On the way, he would also use your value to marry you to a disciple of some power and try to establish a relations. HI+P with you. Qin Xiang guessed. That's enough, but after he found out I was going to the dragon cave and was worried that I would obtain the inheritance of the dragon cave, and adding that I gave you the ice dragon sword, he took action against me. But there was an elder protecting me in the dark previously, and this elder had been unable to break through for many years, so he was already burnt out. The elder protecting her was already dead, and if she wanted to take back the patriarch's position, she needed to have super strong strength to intimidate the entire Long family, kill all the elders who colluded with her uncle, and her hope was the ice dragon's inheritance in the dragon cave. This dragon cave is where the ice dragon ancestral founder lived all those years ago. We don't know whether he set away or not, but my grandfather said before that there is something here that the ice dragon founder left for us, and that we can only obtain it if we possess his bloodline. But over the years, the number of experts the Long family have entered the dragon cave, and most of them returned seriously injured, unable to go any further. Long Huishan looked around carefully along the way. On one hand, he had to protect Qin Xiang. It should be the suppressing blood bead that the ice dragon left behind. It contains the inheritance memories and the ice dragon's purest bloodline, and even the dragon pearl is fused inside. If the girl can obtain it, her power will definitely increase by leaps and bounds, and you might even find out from her what dirty deeds the ice dragon has done. Long Shui said, Qin Xiang also had an ocean-subduing pearl, and inside his divine sense, his divine soul was wrapped within the ocean-subduing pearl, so he was a little doubtful about this. The ocean-suppressing orb was left behind? Could the ice dragon be dead? Isn't the divine soul inside the ocean-suppressing orb? Who said there can only be one pearl of the sea? There were still 2 dragon pearls from the Prince Imperial Dragon. There were quite a few powerful primordial dragons, suppressing pearls and dragon pearls, but there were also some that were very large. For example, that poisonous dragon. Back then, the ice dragon couldn't find another female dragon to inherit its bloodline, so it had no choice but to find human women. These human women must be very strong, or else they wouldn't be able to stand him. Hearing Long Xue's words, Qin Xiang immediately said indignantly, "This be Astard ice dragon, actually harmed so many women, it's really not a thing." The dragon cave was deep inside the ground, and this place was extremely cold. Qin Xiang felt that this kind of coldness was not caused by an ice dragon, but a natural one. The entrance to the dragon cave was very big, but it gradually decreased in size later on, but it was still very wide, able to pass through dozens of people at a time. The pass sage spiraled downwards, and at first the pass sage was surrounded by ice, but after reaching the bottom, the walls were filled with rocks, only very smooth, with some traces. Isn't the dragon cave in danger? On the other hand, this icy cold power is very strong. If ordinary people were to enter, they would have been frozen to death at the door. Heaven fire were moving inside Qin Xiang's body at any time, in case he got frozen. Qin Xiang realized that the Yu Ming deep abyss that imprisoned the super old fire beast also had this kind of terrifying cold energy, and this place was much more powerful than the Yu Ming deep abyss. Long Xue said, "The big lion was indeed sealed by this ice dragon. I really don't know the reason, but what I can confirm is that this ice dragon is 10 Heavens Supreme Lord's friend. After 10 Heavens Supreme Lord died, the ice dragon gang 10 Heavens Supreme Lord did a lot of things, such as placing the green dragon demon-slain broadsword inside, and even created a pa's sage leading to the core of the earth." Qin Xiang curled his lips and said, "He even took 26 treasure chests. Oh, right, the icy cold power here does not have the aura of a dragon. How do you know that the Yu Ming deep abyss's cold power is very similar to this place?" Long Xue scoffed. "Are you doubting my feelings? I can tell you, the frost power here has a special attribute. I think this ice dragon definitely knows how to extract the energy inside the profound being, so it must be very dangerous for him to build this dragon cave. Last time, Qin Xiang melted those profound being that were turned into powder together and even lost control. If not for the sudden appearance of the white tiger, if it were to erupt at that time, the people in the entire city might have been in trouble." In the dark pa's sage, Qin Xiang suddenly felt a dangerous aura and anxiously grabbed onto Long Huishan's jade hands, pulling her back with force. "What's wrong?" Long Huishan was also shocked by Qin Xiang. He immediately took out a long blade and looked around vigilantly. Qin Xiang took out the green dragon demon-slain broadsword and then prodded it forward. A translucent white light screen suddenly appeared in front of them, and the green dragon demon-slain broadsword was immediately covered with a kind of light purple frost. "It really is this kind of thing." Qin Xiang pressed his palm against the blade of the sword, and the ice on the green dragon demon-slain broadsword immediately turned into powder, becoming exactly the same as those primordial profound being. Long Huishan looked at the ice crystal powder on the ground and was a little taken aback. Long Huishan looked at the ice crystal powder on the ground and was a little taken aback. Qin Xiang said with fear still lingering in his heart, "We were almost frozen to death in there. It is possible that countless years later, someone found us and broke the ice to discover us. 13,800,100. If they were caught in the ice, the bottom of the tunnel would roll down, and if they were rolling to the end, no one would be able to get them out. Then how do we get there?" Long Huishan already felt the terror of blocking the transparent wall in front of him. "Huh." Within the cave, an extremely sinister laughter resounded. Long Huishan suddenly squeezed Qin Xiang's hand, and even in the dim light, he could still see the unsightly expression on her face. "It's Long Song," Long Huishan said as he grinded his teeth. "Is that your uncle, the Bastard? Qin Xiang never thought that this fellow would catch up to him here, and even so fast. According to Long Xue's judgment, this Long Song fellow was an immortal king-level expert. If he did not have this kind of strength, he probably would not be able to usurp the throne. It's him. What should we do? Although Long Huishan wanted to kill Long Song now, he was not strong enough. If he was killed here, he would not have the chance to turn the tables in the future. If you have the guts, then step over. I've come to Dragon Cave before. With your current strength, it's impossible for you to pass through the profound Bing wall. When Long Song's loud laughter came through, Qin Xiang and Long Huishan had already seen a tall and big figure. Qin Xiang sneered in his heart as he pulled Long Huishan, activated the power of the spatial laws, and then traveled through SPAC to pass through the so-called profound Bing wall. Let's go. He won't be able to come here for the time being. Qin Xiang immediately sprinted forward. Reacting to his shock, he quickly followed behind Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang controlled the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword to float in front of him, which was equivalent to exploring the way, in case he encountered something similar to the profound Bing wall. Did you teleport through SPAC? Even an immortal king would find it hard to achieve such a power, especially in such a high-grade realm with such a STU. DYSPAC. How did you do it? Long Huishan's heart was filled with curiosity. She had already been wondering how Qin Xiang could do so many things, but now she understood, because Qin Xiang's abilities could not be judged using common sense. I'll tell you a small secret later. Qin Xiang didn't want others to know that he had mastered the power of the spatial laws. They had run for more than an hour, but did not discover that Long Song had caught up. That fellow left. He did not go over the profound Bing wall. Long Shui said as she used her divine vision to look at the situation. Even so, Qin Xiang did not let down his guard and watched the green dragon, demon-slain, broadsword flying in front. Something's wrong. Qin Xiang hurriedly switched back the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword S. On the ground in front of him, there were quite a few ice cubes of different shapes and colors. This made Qin Xiang think of those profound Bing S. He guessed that there were some of people who came to explore the dragon cave being frozen inside. It's best if you don't go over. Although my blade didn't detect anything out of the ordinary, for these ice cubes to suddenly appear here, it must not be a simple task. Qin Xiang's eyes shone with a gold light as he used the Chaos Divine Eye to look at the dark cave to see if there were any hidden traps. Had many times experience with this kind of exploration, so she could not compare to him in this area. Originally, she planned to lead the way, but she did not expect Qin Xiang to take her as the host. Is there anyone in the ice? If there is an ancestor of our Long family, they might help me. Long Huishan's eyes lit up as he said. Hard to say, but even if there were, I'm afraid they're already dead. This ice has a very strong freezing ability. If a small piece of ice is placed in your room, it will be able to freeze your room after a period of time. Qin Xiang understood these profound Bing very well. Qin Xiang didn't see anything, but he didn't dare continue walking forward. Previously, he had seen how powerful the profound Bing wall was, and because he understood the profound Bing, he had no choice but to treat them with caution. Especially right now, there were a few large profound Bing S lying on the ground, and these profound Bing S were all connected to the ground, not rolling down from above. The Ice Dragon's ancestral founder built this place and left behind his legacy. But why did he set up so many traps on the road and cause the deaths of many of the Long family's heroes over the years? Long Huishan started to complain to the Ice Dragon Grandmaster. These traps weren't created by him. They were called the Profound Bing, and they were extremely strange. There's a place called the Profound Cold Ancient Realm in Ditian, and all the Profound Bing we dug out were like that, and we don't know the reason why. At that time, the Profound Cold Ancient Realm was an extremely dangerous place called Ditian, and it was a place that didn't dare to go into for 10 days. Qin Xiang did not think that this kind of power could be controlled by the Ice Dragon. He felt that the Ice Dragon must have obtained this kind of profound Bing and gained intelligence. That was why it laid these traps. I feel that the traps should be under these profound Bing. I'll move these profound Bing away. Qin Xiang immediately used his shadow S, H, I plus ding technique and pulled all the profound being over. There were a total of 6 or 7 of them, and all of them were linked together. After moving over, Qin Xiang used the green dragon demon-slain broadsword S to chop them into pieces. These profound Bing S were very solid, and it took a lot of effort for him and Long Huishan to break them all. There was no one inside the profound Bing, but Qin Xiang noticed the auras of some people. In other words, the people who were initially sealed in the ice had all turned into profound Bing, unless they were some genius or rare flower or herb that was able to suppress the ice seal on the profound Bing. As expected, after Qin Xiang removed the profound Bing, the red chaos divine, I could clearly see that there was a very powerful formation at the bottom of that place. It seemed to be formed naturally, and the power was a type of icy cold power. Sister Long, break that place. There is a basin-sized dark array there, but its power can cover a large distance ahead. If we had taken a few more steps forward, we might have been frozen. Qin Xiang pointed to the ground where the profound Bing was. Long Huishan did not hesitate at all. Her jade palms danced as she released waves after waves of qi that divided into berserk, plowing the entire path in front of her. The ground was also covered with ice crystals that were scattered everywhere. Qin Xiang used the Chaos Divine Eye to observe the hidden array. Under Long Huishan's fierce attacks, the hidden array was seriously damaged and was gradually disappearing. It should be fine. I'll go take a look first. Sister Long, you stay here. Qin Xiang strode across it in a single step, took another long walk, and then carefully examined it with the Chaos Divine Eye. After confirming that there was no danger, he asked Long Huishan to come over. Long Huishan couldn't help but sigh. If not for Qin Xiang, she also didn't know if she could make it here. Qin Xiang was just like her protective talisman, considerately protecting her. It's safe. Qin Xiang laughed, but at the same time, the ground suddenly trembled. The Pa-S sage was actually moving, causing them to fall down at a very fast speed. At this time, no matter how much they retreated, they were unable to leave their original position. They were currently frozen in place by some kind of powerful force, and were allowing this route that would walk lead them into the depths of unknown danger. Baidu search. At this time, no matter how much they retreated, they were unable to leave their original position. They were currently frozen in place by some kind of powerful force, and were allowing this route that would walk lead them into the depths of unknown danger. Baidu search 138000100. Read the latest chapter after a while. Qin Xiang and Long Huishan were suddenly enveloped by a burst of intense light. It was at this time that they realized that they were no longer in the dark tunnel, but instead inside a tunnel filled with white ice crystals. This caused Long Huishan to suddenly feel safe, and the path that he could walk slowly became slower and slower, until a huge ice door appeared in front of them. We're here. Long Huishan took a deep breath. She was extremely excited. She never thought she would use this kind of method to arrive in front of the ice dragon ancestral gate. Qin Xiang walked to the front of the gate, took out the ice dragon sword and inserted it into a hole. Then he started to spin it. Qin Xiang was now certain that the one who had constructed the entrance to the core of the Yuming Deep Abyss was this ice dragon, because the structure here was similar to that of the other place. When he found this hole, he knew how to use the ice dragon's sword to open it. The door slowly opened, revealing a huge ice palace. The floor of the ice palace was carved with a dragon that bared its fangs and brandished its claws, and huge, lifelike dragons coiled around the huge ice pillar. On top of the dragon throne, there was a box that seemed to be made of ice. Seeing this box, Qin Xiang's pupils shrank, because this box was the same as the 3 treasure chests he had obtained. Your ice dragon ancestral founder's inheritance should be inside this treasure chest. Qin Xiang was cursing the ice dragon for taking away 26 treasure chests in one go. If he had only taken away 20, he would have at least 7 or 8 of them now. This ice dragon was too greedy. If there was a chance, Qin Xiang would definitely let Long Xue scold him. Qin Xiang and Long Huishan walked over together. He inserted the ice dragon sword into the hole in the white ice treasure chest and easily opened it, unlike the 3 treasure chests that he had obtained, which required a very powerful force to open them. Furthermore, opening them once would consume a whole bunch of ice dragon sword's energy, and it would take a very long time before he could open them again. What is this? Long Huishan held up a melon-sized white bead. Jinhai blood bead. You can use it with just a drop of blood. Qin Xiang said, causing him to look at her with a strange gaze. Long Huishan could not help but suspect that Qin Xiang was the messenger sent by her ice dragon founder, who had escorted her all the way here. Furthermore, she understood this place very well, opening the door, opening the treasure chest. Qin Xiang's movements were extremely skilled, as if she had already known this long ago, and now he was telling her what this bead was. Qin Xiang, the outsider from Ditian, actually knew about something that even her ice dragon bloodline didn't know. Elder sister Long, don't thank me. After you become the Long family's head, it will be fine as long as I have a place to eat and drink. Qin Xiang chuckled. Long Huishan kissed Qin Xiang on the cheek. If I can become the patriarch of the Long family, then the Long family will be your home. You can come any time you want. Then I'll help you guard it and let you fuse with this thing. Qin Xiang stayed away from the dragon throne. Long Huishan sat cross-legged on the dragon throne, cut his finger, and dripped a drop of blood on the sea-suppressing blood pearl. With a flash of white light, the pillar wrapped Long Huishan in a circle of white light. Sister Long. Elder Sister Long. My surname is Long too. I've never seen you call me so gently before. Long Shui imitated Qin Xiang's tone and teased him. Little naughty dragon, don't forget that back then, you were the one who acted young and turned into a big fart little girl. In my eyes, you will forever be that little girl. Qin Xiang thought back to the matter of him meeting Long Shui back then, and he felt quite happy in his heart. Humph! I am the reincarnation of the Heavenly Dragon Supreme Lord. You just wait and see. When that happens, I'll make you call me the Great Emperor, haha. Long Shui laughed madly. So what? Wasn't it still written by me? Qin Xiang was extremely pleased in his heart. Although it was AG, oh, D like relations. HI plus P, but at least they had a relations. HI plus P. After all, at that time, when both of their divine soul were tangled, they were very satisfied. What are you thinking about? Don't think that just because you've befriended me, you'll get me. Stinking brat, don't be too complacent. Heavenly Dragon Supreme Lord, isn't that easy to conquer? When Long Shui heard what Qin Xiang was thinking, she immediately sent a sound transmission to Qin Xiang. This matter she was very worried about, and by you finding out. Little naughty dragon, didn't you say you would get the Yulong blood on me? Unless you find a living jade dragon and kill it. Qin Xiang chuckled. Humph, even if it's like that, I'll still ride you. Long Shui retorted. Is there a difference? If you have the guts, come and ride me now. I'll definitely wash my body and let you ride it, haha. If he had nothing to do, he would flirt with this future Heavenly Dragon Supreme Lord of his. It would also be a joyous event in Qin Xiang's life. Little scoundrel, when the time comes, I will definitely make it so that you won't be able to stand up. Long Shui did not get angry but pouted. If it wasn't because of this place, Qin Xiang would definitely let this beautiful and voluptuous white dragon lady come out and take advantage of him. He who had not eaten anything for a long time would only be able to have his eyes on Long Shui at the moment. Long Huishan did not know when he would have to finish the mission, nor did he do anything else. Although it was currently safe in this place, he was still worried that an accident might happen. Why would an outsider come here? Only those who possess the bloodline of an ice dragon or an ice dragon sword can come in. A man's voice with a female surname appeared beside Qin Xiang's ears. This scared Qin Xiang so much that he stood up abruptly and looked around cautiously, but he did not realize anything. He was sure that he had heard correctly, and that voice came from his divine sense C. You, a human, why are you such a powerful cultivator of the divine path? TSK, TSK, you even have the C-suppressing orb. This is incredible. The voice said again. Who are you? Chinseong asked from the divine sense C. Me? My name is Long Han. What about you? What a strange little fellow. Long Han said. My name is Chunseong. Could it be that you are an ice dragon? Chunseong asked in surprise. That's right. I am an ice dragon, and an ice dragon is me. How do you know that? Could it be that you have hooked up with my Long family's daughter? Long Han said with a smile. Chunseong really wanted to seduce a few, who told this ice dragon to harm so many human girls, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. Being able to talk with the ice dragon made him extremely excited, as he didn't want to anger this Long Han. Long Han could be considered a very powerful ancient dragon. What remained here was only a wisp of his divine will. It could be seen that he wasn't dead, but he didn't know where he was now. Long Han could be considered a very powerful ancient dragon. What remained here was only a wisp of his divine will. It could be seen that he wasn't dead, but he didn't know where he was now. Long Han could only see the situation inside Chen Xiang's divine sense C, and not the white dragon that was Long Shui. Otherwise, he would definitely be even more shocked. How can I hook up with your Long family's woman? She's only giving me face and asking me to call her elder sister. She's just right there to simulate your inheritance. Chin Xiang scratched the back of his head and laughed. Although you said that, I kept on feeling that you were very powerful. I kept on feeling that you had a lot of powerful things on your body. But sadly, my original body wasn't here, so I couldn't see through you. Long Han smiled. But you have helped my Long family. I am grateful to you. Chin Xiang also stopped wasting time with Long Han and directly asked him about some things he wanted to know. Senior, I want to ask you, did you take away the 26 treasure chests in Chaotic Mountain? What's in it? Ah. How do you know? Have you been there? It must be what the mountain spirit told you. Long Han chuckled. Only the descendants of traitors can enter that place. You can't be the descendant of those traitors, right? Of course not. I was just sneaking in. There were many things that happened there. In the end, we went there, and because there were only 4 treasure chests, there was a dispute. However, I managed to obtain 3 in the end, but was unable to open them. Chun Xiang sighed. There should be a lot of people going, but you actually managed to get 3. Not bad. You can use my ice dragon sword scabbard to open it, but you will need a bit of effort. Back then, I spent a lot of effort to create this key too, so those treasure chests are indeed hard to open. Long Han said with a sigh, to tell you the truth, don't hold too much hope in the treasure chest. I spent a lot of effort to get 26 of them, but they were all useless in the end. Don't hit me. What are they? Chun Xiang felt his heart go cold. He had spent a lot of effort to get that back. It's hard to say. The items in each treasure chest are different. In any case, they're not good stuff in my eyes. Long Han smiled. You should open it yourself. Perhaps it's a treasure to you. Chun Xiang heaved a sigh of relief. Just what kind of powerful existence was this ice dragon? Senior, there's one more thing. It's the super old fire beast. I've met him before. He said that he was tricked by a dragon and got him trapped. I wonder if it was Senior who did it. Chun Xiang thought about it, then asked. Long Han suddenly exclaimed, I actually forgot about this guy. The corner of Chun Xiang's mouth twitched. The super old fire beast, not being released, had actually been forgotten by this guy. If he told the super old fire beast, the big flame lion would probably be angry. Back then, this guy was very impulsive and wanted to fight with some of the stronger guys. However, he knew his own limits. So, I'll first go find an earthly fruit and use this thing to increase my strength. I'll go with him when that time comes. In the end, he really did find out, but I was worried that once he ate the earthly fruit, he would go find those powerful guys, so I temporarily sealed him away. After that, I was too busy with other things and even left Ditian, so I forgot about this matter. If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't even remember it." Chun Xiang was speechless. He would never personally tell the super old fire beast about this, in case the super old fire beast's anger would burn through his body. Thinking back to how the super old fire beast had been trapped for so long, because of this, he couldn't help but feel sympathy for them. "Senior, do you know where the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord's mausoleum is?" Chun Xiang boldly asked about this matter. "I don't know. I had previously searched for his grave, but I still couldn't find it. This fellow is very sinister. Come to think of it, what is your background, and how do you know so many things that even I have almost forgotten?" Long Han was extremely curious. "This is what Senior White Tiger told me." Chun Xiang was not afraid to let the ice dragon know of his relations. I plus P with the White Tiger, and this would reduce the amount of things he had to explain. "So that's how it is. I didn't expect him to still be alive. If he's still in Ditian, then he should be very confident. How could it be like me coming to this place without even being able to find a route? Sigh. Flame Lion will definitely thank me for sealing him. Otherwise, when I kidnapped him here, he would definitely scold me a few times every day now." Chun Xiang was stunned. Even if the ice dragon was at that place, 2 scallions wouldn't count? You have to understand that this ice dragon is a good friend of the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord. Even though it didn't have the strength of the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord back then, it was still ranked very high up in the sky. Chun Xiang guessed that it should be an even higher realm, to which he could only look up in the immortal world. His strength was merely at the bottom. If he met an immortal monarch, he would have to run away with his tail between his legs. "Don't say any more. I'll leave some power for you guys. This ice dragon sword has some of the power that I left behind sealed within it. If you need it, you can summon it once. But of course, it can only be used once, as long as it was what kind of power. It's hard to say. It should be enough for you to overcome this obstacle." Long Han let out a long sigh, filled with helplessness. It seemed that he was not going to live a good life as he had been in the past. "Senior, I will definitely come and find you in the future. Although I have never seen you before, I will at least have your help in making it to this day." Chun Xiang said, "If you have the guts, then come. This is the grave of the strong, but it is also the place where they can become stronger." Chun Xiang's thoughts were in a mess at the moment. He suspected that the place Long Han was currently in should be the primal chaos world. There was some movement from Long Huishan's side, and the circular light barrier surrounding her became much more transparent. Through the light barrier, Chun Xiang could see that a set of ice armor, seemingly crafted from ice crystals, had appeared on Long Huishan's body. The inheritance that Long Han had left him was not only him, but it was also a very powerful set of ice armor. The light enveloping Long Huishan had already disappeared. The only thing that could be seen was that she was wearing a set of ice armor and sitting on the dragon throne, looking like a queen. Her speed of fusing with the ice dragon's inheritance was extremely fast, and she could clearly feel how powerful she had become. This was the power of an immortal king. It made Chun Xiang feel as if he was facing the 3 Horns Dragon King. Just when Chun Xiang was able to see her spirit, Long Huishan opened her eyes. Her bright and beautiful eyes revealed a sharp light that could not be hidden, and when she looked at Chun Xiang, it made him feel extremely pressured. Long Huishan smiled at Chun Xiang, and her eyes became gentle and spirited again. The ice dragon armor on her body had also become a set of snow-white long skirt, making her look extremely refined and refined. Baidu search point 138000100. Read the latest chapter. Long Huishan smiled at Chun Xiang, and her eyes became gentle and spirited again. The ice dragon armor on her body had also become a set of snow-white long skirt, making her look extremely refined and refined. Baidu search 138000100. Read the latest chapter. Scared me to death. Chun Xiang laughed and wiped off the sweat on his forehead. No matter who it was that was being watched by a powerful rancor, they would not be able to do it easily. Big sister won't eat you. What are you afraid of? Long Huishan laughed like a silver bell, her mood extremely good. If it wasn't for Chun Xiang here, she would have found it hard to contain her oppressive aura and would have definitely charged out to find Long Song for revenge. She would definitely go to the Long family to exterminate all the elders who colluded with Long Song. Chun Xiang suddenly thought that since Long Huishan had obtained the Ice Dragon's inheritance, and the Ice Dragon had very rarely mentioned it in the Imperial Dragon clan's inheritance of memories, and even more so, did not use any Ice Dragon's technique. If Long Huishan could pass some of these techniques to him, he would have another powerful cultivation technique in the future. Sister Long, the Ice Dragon's inheritance that you've obtained, do you have any powerful martial skills? Chun Xiang shamelessly asked. After all, asking others about their cultivation technique was not a very polite thing to do. Long Shui had said that the majority of dragons cultivated the Ji, DS, so he could use 9-turn Dragon Ji, D mantra to exchange for them. Moreover, Long Shui herself also wanted to learn the Ice Dragon's technique, so even though she was a white dragon, she knew how to use other cultivation methods. Yes, you want to learn it? I can teach you. She did not see Chun Xiang as an outsider at all. She even thought that Chun Xiang was an envoy sent by the Ice Dragon. If not, she would not have been able to obtain the Ice Dragon's inheritance so smoothly. The first style is called Ice Wind Magic Kung Fu. I have this. I didn't expect it to be for the Ice Dragon. Lu Menger had already said this information to him, but he did not learn it. Instead, he wanted Bai Yuyu to learn it. You actually know the Ice Wind Magic Kung Fu. The other method is called Frozen Under Heaven, which in theory can freeze anything and is extremely powerful. Our Long family's current techniques are all based on this adaptation, but it's too weak. Long Huishan thought for a while, then said, Only these 2 sects can be said down to you. The others can only be used if you have the Ice Dragon's bloodline. This is a spirit cultivation item. Elder sister, I am also a spirit cultivation person now. Chun Xiang had already guessed that Long Huishan would definitely become a spirit cultivator after obtaining the Ice Dragon's inheritance. He never thought that this could actually be said on. Then, does Sister Long have any spiritual cultivation technique? Asked. If not, he would the 9-turn Dragon Ji. D mantra to Long Huishan. It's called the 9-turn Dragon Ji. D mantra, but you need the divine soul. It's very difficult for humans to cultivate divine soul. If I didn't obtain the inheritance of the Ice Dragon's ancestor, I don't know how long it would take me. This Ice Dragon's spiritual cultivation method was actually 9-turn Dragon Ji. D mantra. Chun Xiang was only able to grasp a bit of it at the moment. Even the White Tiger and 10 Heavens Supreme Lord back then were unable to completely unearth the essence of the Heaven-Earth killing method. Relax a bit, I'll S down the frozen and world technique to you. As Long Huishan said this, she pointed her jade finger at Chun Xiang's forehead. Without waiting for Chun Xiang to prepare himself, she directly said on the frozen end world confining technique to him. At this time, Long Huishan astonishingly discovered that Chun Xiang actually had a divine sense. Although it was much smaller than hers, they had already condensed an ocean subduing pearl, which wrapped around her divine soul. After being discovered, Chun Xiang felt a little awkward and couldn't help but blush. Frost Sealing World was powerful, but Chun Xiang didn't have the time to learn it yet, and Long Huishan was also in a hurry to go back and take revenge. So you are a spirit cultivator too. Seeing Chun Xiang's face bless, Long Huishan laughed and scolded. You really have a lot of secrets on you. Don't worry. Big sister won't blame you. Chun Xiang laughed and said, I originally planned to the 9-turn Dragon Ji. D mantra to you. Who would have known that you would already have it? You've helped me so much. It's nothing if I give you the method of freezing the world. Don't take it to heart. What's more, who will follow who?" Long Huishan laughed and pinched Qin Xiang's face like a big sister. Qin Xiang laughed. "Let's get out of here, quickly. I know you can't wait to get revenge on those B.A.S.T.A.R.D.S." Long Huishan was really anxious. She anxiously pulled Qin Xiang and walked to one of the walls of the hall, her jade palm pressing on the wall, releasing a burst of strong coldness here, only to see a small door suddenly open. There was actually a secret door. Entering the secret door was a long path. But after Long Huishan obtained the inheritance of the ice dragon, his strength and speed had increased by leaps and bounds, pulling Qin Xiang along as he rushed through the path. Qin Xiang felt that the originally gentle and kind Long Huishan had now become a female tyrannosaur, her entire body filled with killing intent. This secret door was something that Long Huishan learned from the ice dragon's inheritance. Furthermore, she also knew some of the ice dragon's secrets. Those were all equivalent to inheritance memories. She quickly pulled Qin Xiang out of the dragon cave and arrived at the mountain top above the dragon cave. What they did not expect was that Long Song had actually brought people to guard outside. Seeing Long Huishan suddenly appearing at the top of the mountain above Dragon Cave, Long Song and a few other elders all revealed looks of shock. Although this had always been a legend, the Long family still firmly believed that as long as they could get close to the Dragon Cave, most of them, who had the bloodline of the Ice Dragon, could feel the summons coming from the depths of the Dragon Cave. Long Huishan had appeared, and judging from her aura, her strength must have increased by a lot. She glared at the group of people below her, and anger surged in her heart. Although he was a little afraid of Long Huishan, who had the inheritance of the Ice Dragon, he still had to eliminate Long Huishan first. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sit still in his position as the Long family patriarch. "Kill!" Long Song bellowed as he transformed into a streak of light, and in the next moment he was even stronger than Long Huishan. At the same time, he swung his mountain-splitting axe with an extremely strong force. SLAs. Plussing down ferociously, causing the entire ice ground to shatter and large and small pieces of ice cubes to jump about from the impact. After Long Huishan threw Qin Xiang far away, a white light flashed from his body as that domineering ice armor appeared. Then, with a vigorous wave of his hand, he used the DY ice armor on his arm to sweep across fiercely, breaking the attack of the pair of huge axes. The force that was released almost made Long Song's huge axes fly out of his hands, and the huge axes were also covered with ice. "You go, I can handle this." Long Huishan sent a sound transmission to Qin Xiang, and at the same time, the few powerful old men all rushed towards Long Huishan to attack him, with their swords and sabers striking from all directions. A few people who were watching below knew that they could not get in his way, and thus kept their distance from the battlefield, but they noticed that Qin Xiang was slipping away. Seeing Qin Xiang slip away, now the people who had followed Long Song all thought that his strength was not that great. He was just a lucky guy who managed to pull out the ice dragon sword and shamelessly followed Long Huishan into the dragon cave. It must have been Long Huishan's protection that kept him alive until now. Baidu search. Seeing Qin Xiang slip away, now the people who had followed Long Song all thought that his strength was not that great. He was just a lucky guy who managed to pull out the ice dragon sword and shamelessly followed Long Huishan into the dragon cave. It must have been Long Huishan's protection that kept him alive until now. Baidu search 138000100. Read the latest chapter, but when they saw that Long Huishan did not use the ice dragon sword, they knew that the ice dragon sword was still in Qin Xiang's hands. They thought that Long Huishan would not be able to pull it out, so they immediately chased after Qin Xiang. These idiots are really catching up. If this daddy wants to run away, even if you have 8 more legs, you won't be able to catch up to me. Qin Xiang snickered in his heart. Long Huishan had already started fighting with Long Song and the others. Long Song was a mortal king, and the elders were all close to an immortal king, But even so, Long Huishan still had the upper hand. They were all experts of the Long family and used icy cold power. Now that the battle had started, waves of terrifying cold wind swept through the entire dragon cave like ice blades. Among them, 2 of them are Long Song's sons. Be careful, although they don't have Long and strength. They're still very difficult to deal with. Long Huishan had no choice but to worry about Qinxiang, although she knew that Qinxiang had a lot of methods. But Qinxiang was surrounded by more than 10 people. All of them were the experts of the Long family's younger generation. You can deal with those guys with ease. Don't worry about me. Qinxiang could already see that among the people surrounding him, a few were immortal cultivators, while the rest had just crossed 8 nirvana tribulations. After Qinxiang took out the ice dragon's sword, the howling, violent, cold wind actually avoided him. He never thought that the ice dragon's sword would actually have this kind of power. Do you want to attack together? Qinxiang shouted. Come if you have the guts. But if it's like this, there's no use in S. N-A-T-C, hang my ice dragon sword. Wait. A black-clothed man shouted at those who wanted to make a move. One could tell that he had a lot of power and was able to intimidate these people. The ice dragon sword is a holy level dragon tool. If you can defeat me fair and square, the ice dragon sword will naturally submit to you. But if you bully the less with numbers if I die, the ice dragon sword will also follow me. Qinxiang sneered. Aren't you chasing this, N? Oh, body just for the ice dragon sword? I'm not afraid to tell you. The reason why Miss Long was able to enter the dragon cave was all because of this ice dragon sword, and the fact that there are many treasures in the dragon cave. As long as you can obtain the ice dragon sword, you can freely enter and leave the dragon cave. If it was before, no one would believe Qinxiang's bulls. H-I plus T. But now Long Huishan had obtained the inheritance of the ice dragon ancestral founder in the dragon cave and was suppressing Long Song and a few elders, which made people unable to not believe him, because they previously thought that with Long Huishan's strength it would be difficult to enter the depths of the dragon cave, because none of them could. Long Huishan had succeeded after he brought in a nameless person who could pull out Ice Dragon's sword. Now, Qinxiang had said that the dragon cave still had some treasures, and that these were the most tempting things. The treasures left behind by the Ice Dragon's ancestral founder were priceless. The Ice Dragon's sword was something left behind by the Ice Dragon's ancestral founder. I will use my strength to prove that only I am worthy to have it. The black-clad man spoke in a very relaxed manner, as if he could destroy Qinxiang with a single slap. The cold wind blew much weaker than usual. As Long Huishan and Long Song fought, they went far away, and the people who surrounded Qinxiang spread out, allowing the man to fight with Qinxiang impartially. Long Yi, finish him quickly. Then we'll enter the dragon cave, so we don't have to split the spoils with those old fellows. A man beside him urged. Long Yi rubbed his fists together as he looked at Qinxiang in disdain. Even if he has Ice Dragon Sword S, I can defeat him easily. Just look at his aura. This Long Yi was also very sinister. At first he looked very casual, but the next moment he was as ferocious as a tiger, holding onto a large sword as he charged forward. This was an immortal. No matter how powerful Qinxiang was, there was still a huge gap in strength. It was difficult to make up for the disparity, but he still pulled out his ice dragon sword and went forward to fight. Dang, dang, dang. After Qinxiang clashed with Long Yi's broadsword a few times, both of his arms were numbed by the enemy's strong power, making him feel as if the bones in his arms were about to split open. However, Long Yi was extremely relaxed. The broadsword was only covered with a little bit of ice. It's a pity that you're too weak. If you had my strength, I would have already been frozen by then, and the ice dragon's sword would be mine. Ling Qin. Long Yi laughed out wildly. He wielded his sword with both hands and instantly appeared above Qinxiang SLA's. H.I. plussing down with great force. His speed and strength had reached his peak. While the people at the side were admiring the strength of the ice dragon sword, they were also secretly shocked by Long Yi's strength. Huh. Long Yi laughed loudly because he believed that this strike would definitely injure Qin Xiang and then stab Qin Xiang to death. Just when everyone was looking forward to the moment Qin Xiang was killed, Long Yi's wild laughter suddenly stopped, and his face was still filled with shock. Qin Xiang's mouth curved up. Suddenly he brandished his sword and thrust it out. The sword was so fast that no one could see how he did it. In a moment ago, Qin Xiang was still standing there holding the sword in a daze. But in the next moment, the sword had already pierced Long Yi's throat, and Long Yi's sword had also slashed down. Although it landed on Qin Xiang's shoulder, it did not cut into his fleas. H. Plus, everyone was startled, and their bodies involuntarily trembled. This scene was too strange. The attack of Long Yi's peak level was unexpectedly not enough to cause a nirvana tribulation person to see blood. Instead, his throat was pierced. The cold power released by the ice dragon sword flowed from Long Yi's throat into his entire body, instantly freezing his blood and bones. You overestimate yourself. Qin Xiang's arm shook, causing hot steam to rise. With a berserk flame energy, it struck Long Yi's dantian, causing the heaven fire to enter Long Yi's body, and the cold energy was strangely absorbed by the flames, becoming even more violent. In a few moments, Long Yi was burned to ashes. There was still a drunk D magical poison remaining inside the ice dragon sword, and just now it drilled a little into Long Yi's body. So when Long Yi triggered the power in his entire body, he let the drunk D magical poison quickly spread, causing the energy behind him to suddenly be anesthetized and then being pierced through by Qin Xiang. It was too strange. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, the people around them definitely wouldn't believe that Long Yi would be killed like this. Not only that, he was even Long Song's son. You. Forget about the ice dragon sword. Kill this evil being. Long Song's other son shouted, holding onto his sword. He and a group of people rushed towards Qin Xiang. When Qin Xiang saw this group of people work together and immediately ran away using the shrinking step, there were quite a few immortal-ranked beings amongst them, and he immediately ran out of Ice Dragon Sword S. If he used magical corruption gas S, it would be very easy to find them. Even if these people were to be poisoned, they would not immediately die, but instead run away using the shrinking step, and at that time they would harm Long Huishan. When Qin Xiang saw this group of people work together and immediately ran away using the shrinking step, there were quite a few immortal-ranked beings amongst them, and he immediately ran out of Ice Dragon Sword S. If he used magical corruption gas S, it would be very easy to find them. Even if these people were to be poisoned, they would not immediately die, but instead run away using the shrinking step, and at that time they would harm Long Huishan. The people behind chased after him while attacking, causing waves of true power. Qin Xiang dodged left and right, almost getting hit every time. These guys... Qin Xiang was very angry. He immediately released a few illusions. They looked exactly the same as his real body, allowing the illusions to run separately at a very fast speed. The people who were chasing after Qin Xiang were stunned. Qin Xiang actually ran while becoming 6. They did not know which one to chase after. Split up. There are not many people here in the first place, only around 10 people. Now that they were separated, there were only 2 or 3 people in a group. Qin Xiang looked at the group that did not have any immortal powers, and immediately went to the back of the group to take out Ice Dragon's Sword S to stab them. With a swoosh, he thrust it a dozen times. This sudden attack was something the 3 of them did not expect. Their bodies were pierced into a hornet's nest. Then Qin Xiang followed suit, especially looking for the people who were separated to attack in a few short moments. When those people had just reacted, he had killed the target. Right now, there were only 3 immortals left with power. After they realized that Qin Xiang had tricked them with his phantom shadow, they were enraged and ran over to the real Qin Xiang. However, Qin Xiang released another 10 illusions. The 3 immortals could not feel the qi, nor did they know which one was real. They did not know which one they should chase, and all of them looked to be real. While the three of them were stunned, the illusions were already far away, but Chen Xiang was still near them, turning into a rock. Don't split up, this guy is too weird. His strength is definitely inferior to ours. Otherwise he would have attacked me long ago. Long Song's son said. The weak ones were killed by Chen Xiang just now, and Chen Xiang took so long to make a move on them, clearly considering their strength. Chen Xiang really wanted to kill the three of them, but he was not strong enough. If he were to attack, he would definitely not be able to kill them in one strike, and he might even be counterattacked by the three of them, unless he used a Chaos Fire token, but wasting a Chaos Fire token on them was not worth it. I have an idea. Long Shui suddenly said, This won't do. I don't want to borrow your strength. Every time I finish borrowing your strength, I feel uncomfortable. Chun Xiang said, It's not that I'm borrowing my strength. It's that I have to personally take action. As long as I can stop them and give you some time, you can kill them all. Long Shui said, Is that okay? Chun Xiang was a precious white dragon after all. She had been hiding and not daring to come out because she was worried that she would be discovered. Don't worry, it'll be fine soon. Long Shui said, Even though I am not very strong right now, if I were to run, you would still not be able to compare to me. All right, be careful. Chun Xiang was already prepared. After Long Shui replied, he immediately turned into a streak of white light and shot out from the invisible dark jade ring on his finger. He turned into a thick white rope and wrapped himself around the three people. Her strength was strong to begin with, so using all her strength to bind the three immortals was no problem for her. It could help Chun Xiang by time. The three immortals suddenly felt a strong force locking them in place. When they realized that he couldn't take their place, their faces suddenly changed. When Chen Xiang saw that Long Shui had succeeded, he immediately teleported to the side of the three men, summoning his green dragon demon-slain broadsword S. He slashed horizontally at the three men, although the armor on their bodies released an invisible force when the green dragon demon-slain broadsword slashed towards them. It was as though he was cutting through tofu, and the three men's heads were instantly chopped off. Phew, I'm so tired. Long Shui anxiously ran back into the ring, while Chen Xiang was covered in sweat. Just now he could clearly feel the three terrifying powers condensed within the bodies of the three immortals. If Long Shui could not hold on, he would have been blasted flying. Chen Xiang's side was already done, but Long Huishan's side did not. The battle was extremely intense, and entire ice plains were destroyed. Chen Xiang did not dare to approach, afraid that he would be implicated, lest he dragged Long Huishan down. He was extremely confident in Long Huishan, and from the qi he could feel that Long Huishan's aura was stronger than Long Song's group. Furthermore, Long Song's group was 2 less people. Chen Xiang patiently waited for 6 hours, only to see Long Huishan gently flying over from afar. The ice armor on her body had more cracks on it, and a lot of fresh blood was splattered on it. Although her face was haggard, it was filled with excitement. In her hand was a human head. It was Long Song's. Are you okay? Chen Xiang and Long Huishan asked at the same time. After asking, the 2 of them laughed. It was just that Long Huishan's laugh was a little sad. Although she could kill Long Song, although she was an immortal king and had powerful strength, she could not let her family live again. Long Huishan put away the B-L-O-O-D-Y head and said, After I recover from my rest, we will return to the sacred city. N. Long Huishan and Chen Xiang arrived at a secluded little valley. Long Huishan had already put away that ice armor, ever since he had obtained the ice dragon's inheritance. Long Huishan's entire being became very big, and was no longer as gentle and kind as before. Now, she had become even more mature, and her entire body became much more stable. However, she still treated Chen Xiang the same, talking and laughing, extremely gentle, just like how she treated her own little brother. When we return to the Long family, there will definitely be people who won't accept it. there will also be people who will have to be wiped out. Long Huishan's eyes became extremely cold. Back then, when her family members were killed, there were still a lot of people involved. Chun Xiang was no longer surprised by this. In order to fight for the highest authority, it was normal for brothers to become enemies with each other. Although he was an immortal king, if he could become the patriarch of the Long family and control a huge family, he could obtain a large amount of cultivation resources, and it would be the best way for the strong warriors to quickly raise their strength. In the sacred city, the security inside was still very tight because the person who killed the sacred Dan realm's invigilator had not been found. It was Chun Xiang who had done the deed, and now that he had Long Huishan's backing, he felt that if he were to partake 1p 8 in the A.S. assessment, there definitely would not be anyone who would interfere. After entering the holy city, Long Huishan had made his way here, which was very eye-catching. When she had left, the shop she was staying caught on fire, and the news of Long Song's seizing power was spread throughout the entire holy city. Long Song had even personally gone to chase after Long Huishan, but he had not returned yet. After entering the holy city, Long Huishan had made his way here, which was very eye-catching. When she had left, the shop she was staying caught on fire, and the news of Long Song's seizing power was spread throughout the entire holy city. Long Song had even personally gone to chase after Long Huishan, but he had not returned yet. But now, Long Huishan had actually returned, and was even swaggering down the street, with the aura of an immortal king, shaking the streets till no one could speak. That terrifying pressure had already let many people know. Long Huishan obtained the inheritance of the ice dragon in the dragon cave. Long Huishan had become an immortal king and a female immortal king. This news immediately shook the entire sacred city and all the sacred Dan realm here. Normally, the immortal kings of the Long family would be called the Dragon Kings, but they had never seen a female Dragon King before, so Long Huishan would be the Long family's first female Dragon King, and also the first female patriarch. Chun Xiang also became famous, although he planned to keep a low profile. Long Huishan insisted that he follow her into the city, and even if his ident Tai was revealed, he would not let anyone else touch him. Of course, Chun Xiang used a completely different appearance, but some people recognized that he was the one who pulled out the ice dragon sword. Many people immediately surmised that the reason why Long Huishan obtained the ice dragon's inheritance was likely because he had pulled out the ice dragon sword. Otherwise, after so many years, the inheritance in the dragon cave would have disappeared a long time ago. Outside the dragon's gate, many people had faces full of fear when they heard about this. When Long Huishan arrived at the main entrance, he had already seen many people running out in a panic. Looking at their faces, Long Huishan frowned. She waved her hand, and a burst of ice arrows shot out, all of them piercing into the throats of these people. These people were all people who betrayed Long Song. He would not let them live. After entering the Long family, there were already more than 10 elders respectfully welcome them with chills down their spines, because Long Huishan was extraordinary now. Not only was he a female Dragon King, he had also received the inheritance of the Ice Dragon Grandmaster. Long Huishan sat on the Patriarch's dragon, throne at the head of the hall, and threw out a few heads, which belonged to Long Song and the elders. I know that the reason you all didn't help my father back then was because you were threatened. You all have your own difficulties, so I can forgive you all. I have already killed all those who were willing to follow Long Song. I am now the patriarch of the Long family, and I will not destroy the Long family, but instead continue to revitalize it. In the future, I will have to trouble the elders. However, if there is anyone who is disloyal to the Long family or wants to learn from Long Song, I feel that they will be killed without question. At first, they were all because of Long Song holding on to their families, and their strengths were not as good as Long Song's. Even if they had to help, they would still be killed, and they felt extremely guilty towards this matter. Now that Long Huishan had let them go, they were very touched. They had already decided to follow this female Dragon King until their deaths. These elders were all once Long Huishan seniors, but once Long Huishan gained strength, they treated him like their ancestor. This world was where strength reigned supreme. Long Huishan was now the Long family's patriarch. But she didn't really care about the trifling matters of the Long family. She would leave them to the elders, and only if there were some important matters that required her to make a decision, or if there were powerful people who dared to provoke the Long family, would she step in. Chun Xiang was currently an esteemed guest of the Long family, and he also had many privileges, such that even the elders would have to be respectful to him. Of course, this also caused some people to be jealous, but they did not dare say anything, because Long Huishan was no longer a weak woman like before, and no one dared to offend her. Tomorrow night, the other 3 great clans, as well as some of the major powers, will come to congratulate me on becoming the new clan leader. Are you going to partake? 1 P8? Long Huishan asked. Chun Xiang was currently living in the same house as Long Huishan. The Long family was a huge villa with countless courtyards, but only the area that Long Huishan was in was the most heavily guarded. Only a few people could freely enter and leave. I'm not going. I don't want to be recognized, Chun Xiang said. Right now he was using his own appearance, and Long Huishan had actually asked him to do so because Long Huishan wanted to see what he looked like. After looking at him, Long Huishan didn't want him to change his appearance again. She said that he looked very pleasing to the eye. Are you sure you don't want to go? There will definitely be many beauties tonight. Don't you want to go over and take a look? Long Huishan laughed, her face filled with an ambiguous look. No matter how beautiful she isn't as beautiful as you, elder sister. As long as I can see you, I feel that it's enough. Chun Xiang laughed mischievously. Your mouth is so sweet. Go busy yourself. The medicinal herbs that you requested will be here soon, and I'll get someone to pick the best one for you. Long Huishan laughed and left the house. Chun Xiang entered a secret room and asked, Little naughty dragon, are you all right? It's been a few days, have you not recovered? It's good now. I only digested it after eating a little more. Long Xue yawned as if he had just woken up. Now, Chun Xiang finally had a chance to open the treasure chest. There were a total of 3 treasure chests, but he couldn't really tell what was inside even if he used the Chaos Divine Eye, so he casually chose one. After opening a treasure box, the Ice Dragon's sword's power would be consumed and would need to be replenished before it could open again. Long Xue had said that it would take a very long time to replenish it. If we consume the power of the Ice Dragon sword, can we summon out the Ice Dragon? The guy said that this sword can summon one of his clones out. Chun Xiang was worried that after opening the treasure chest, the sword would become crippled. Of course you can. The avatar of the Ice Dragon is sealed inside this sword. If you need it, you just need to summon the sword. Long Xue said, Get ready. I will lend you my power later. Every time he fused with Long Xue's power, Chun Xiang would feel extreme pain. Since he had no way of resolving this issue, the only thing he could do was endure. Ice Dragon bless you. Please don't be such a **T. Chun Xiang thought to himself. Actually, he was very worried that the Ice Dragon would open these 3 treasure chests and then immediately put the items inside. If that was really the case, he would definitely summon the Ice Dragon's external body and curse it violently. He took out a treasure chest, inserted the Ice Dragon's sword into the hole, and shouted at Long Xue, Let's begin! Long Xue channeled his energy into Chun Xiang's body, and when he felt the energy that Long Xue had released rush into his body, he rotated the Ice Dragon sword greatly. A golden light immediately shone from the Ice Dragon sword sheath, allowing him to clearly see the small spirit grain S on the sword sheath. Chun Xiang's power was rapidly depleting. When he heard the sound of a crack, both his and Long Xue's power had been completely depleted, and the Ice Dragon's sword's scabbard immediately became dimmer. He collapsed on the ground and bit the Qi Shindan that was in his mouth. Chun Xiang's power was rapidly depleting. When he heard the sound of a crack, both his and Long Shui's power had been completely depleted, and the ice dragon's sword's scabbard immediately became dimmer. He collapsed on the ground and bit the qi shindan that was in his mouth. It's finally opened. After Qin Xiang ate the qi shindan, after he recovered some of his energy and pulled out the ice dragon sword, he saw that the ice dragon sword's cold qi had disappeared. It looked like a normal steel sword, and as expected, it had lost a lot of energy. The next moment, they would be able to open one of the treasure chests. Qun Xiang, Long Shui, Baiyu, and Su Meiyao were extremely excited. Qun Xiang took a few deep breaths and then slowly opened the treasure chest. Inside the chest was a grayish iron hammer. Qun Xiang was stunned. He had ventured into the chaotic mountain, almost killed the Prince Imperial Dragon, played dirty with the Super Yuan sect leader, and was almost killed by the Dragon Emperor. After going through so many dangerous situations, he finally managed to get this treasure chest. Your sister. This hammer was not the kind of mighty and domineering big hammer, which could be found in any blacksmith shop. However, when Chen Xiang picked up this hammer, he was stunned once again. This hammer was very heavy, much heavier than Green Dragon Demon-Slain Broadsword, which made him very excited. Although he did not know what this hammer was, from this point of view, it was definitely not an ordinary item. At least it was not a cheat. This is not an ordinary hammer. If I fully recover, maybe I can pick it up. Qun Xiang's entire body was in pain. This was because he had borrowed Long Shui's power just now in order to open the treasure chest. He had exhausted all of his energy, but he still had a bit of energy, but he could not lift the hammer. This treasure chest was also very surprising because it was very easy for him to pick up this chest. However, when he went to grab the iron hammer inside the chest, he couldn't lift it at all. It's not something to cheat others. It's something good. I just wonder what kind of hammer it is. In short, he's very powerful. Long Shui carefully investigated it for a bit, and then he was not that disappointed. Qun Xiang cut his finger and dripped blood on the black iron hammer, but it did not have any effect. It was obvious that this was not some treasure, but a hammer. After 2 hours, Qin Xiang had recovered a lot. At this time, he could barely lift the hammer, but if he wanted to wield it, he needed to use the dragon power. This hammer is too powerful. Qun Xiang's face changed slightly. There is a very terrifying fire-attributed energy inside. It is suddenly very hot. He had no choice but to put it back into the treasure chest. Could it be that I have to use the innate qi of the fire attribute to make it easier? Qun Xiang tried again. This time he only used the fire attribute, Suzuka Genuine Qi, but it was not easy at all. It was just that he could not feel the heat from the hammer. I think it might be that thing. Su Meiyao said with a tone of disbelief. What is it? Qun Xiang and Long Shui anxiously asked. Hammer of Ji. Oh, D. It was previously forged by the 4 symbols, divine weapons. Baiyu said, Our master once told us a secret about this hammer. Su Meiyao continued, I don't know what material this hammer of Ji, D is made of to make it, but it is extremely heavy. Furthermore, it is fire attributed and extremely STU. Our Dysprosium Chen Xiang gulped his saliva. The Ji, Dile Blacksmith's hammer was actually in his hands, and it was something unremarkable. The 4 symbols divine weapons was made out of this hammer. Qin Xiang found it hard to believe. You have the Suzaku Bao's blueprint, and now you have this hammer. In the future, you'll have the chance to create the Suzaku Bao and gather all the 4 symbols, divine weapons. Baiyu said. Qin Xiang used his strength again to pick up the hammer. He suddenly had the urge to smash someone's head with the hammer. He wanted to know how powerful this hammer would be. Although Green Dragon Demon-Slain Broadsword-S were powerful and could change into all kinds of appearances, but no matter what, they were all high profile. However, this hammer was different. It was definitely the best weapon for family travel, murder, and arson. To play the role of a pig and eat a tiger. If I use the dragon power, I should be able to move it, but it will be much slower. Chan Xiang started to lift the hammer to train his arms. He needed to get used to the powerful hammer in a short amount of time. It would be a sharp weapon for him in the future. Chen Xiang stayed in the secret room for an entire day, and he had even consumed all sorts of body-strengthening pellets. In a short span of one day, he was already able to barely wield the hammer without using the dragon power. "Kid, if it's convenient, then come out. Big sister has something to talk to you about." Long Huishan knocked on the door. Chen Xiang remembered that the other 3 great clans had already sent people to congratulate him. Chen Xiang then remembered that he had forgotten to bring the herbs. He quickly left the secret room. "What is it?" Chen Xiang asked. When Long Huishan saw that he was covered in sweat, he knew that he was cultivating. "There are some fellows who want to meet the Ice Dragon Sword, especially that fellow from Sacred Dragon Mountain, who seems to be blaming me for handing the Ice Dragon Sword over to outsiders." Long Huishan's face carried a trace of anger. "That Sacred Dragon Mountain guy is really annoying. When my father and the others were killed earlier, these guys didn't pay any attention to anything and just watched from the side. But after I killed Long Song and the others, they scolded me for being ruthless, internecine, or whatever." Long Huishan had clearly come to explain her grievances to Chen Xiang, because she only had that kind of tender feelings of a woman before when she was in front of Chen Xiang. "What is the Sacred Dragon Mountain?" When Chen Xiang heard the 2 words, Holy Dragon, he had a kind of inexplicable hatred. Long Shuai was also the same as him. "It's the Long family of the Sacred Dragon bloodline. They're just like us, human beings, but they have the blood of the Holy Dragon. They think that they are of a higher rank than us, and their strength is also very strong, but they're not like us, just that they're not from the Ice Dragon bloodline. Otherwise they would have built a great power, but now it seems like they want to annex us." Long Huishan was a little angry as he said, "If you anger me, we will start a Ma's Saker tonight." In the past, the Chaotic Mountain had hidden a treasure, and the Sacred Dragon bloodline definitely had a part in it, which was why they kept their bloodline here. "Isn't it just looking at the Ice Dragon Sword?" "Let them see then. If they dare to H it, I will chop off their hands." Chen Xiang said, "Wait for me for a moment. I'll go wash myself." "Do you want me to help you wash it?" Long Huishan smiled coquettishly. "Yes." Chen Xiang shamelessly nodded. "Hurry up and wash. Those guys are waiting to see the Ice Dragon Sword. I'll help you wash it when I have time again. Looking at your appearance, you really are a little scoundrel," Long Huishan said with a red face. "If it's the next time, sister, you will bathe with me," Chen Xiang said very seriously. "Don't be so talkative. Go quickly." Long Huishan turned and left. Chen Xiang was a little worried about the Ice Dragon Sword, because he had just used it to open the treasure chest. The energy inside was completely gone. As he was H.I. Plussing his body, he held it in his hands and channeled energy into the Ice Dragon Sword. Chen Xiang was a little worried about the Ice Dragon Sword, because he had just used it to open the treasure chest. The energy inside was completely gone. As he was H.I. Plussing his body, he held it in his hands and channeled energy into the Ice Dragon Sword. It did not take long for the Ice Dragon Sword to have some cold chi. At least it did not look as bad as before. If it wanted to recover to its previous state, it would need a long time to channel energy. Chen Xiang followed Long Huishan to the Holy Dragon restaurant. On the way, Chen Xiang found out that when the Holy Dragon Pavilion was first named, it was because the people from the Sacred Dragon Mountain had requested for it to be named as such. Right now, Long Huishan was a girl that could control such a huge Long family. It was normal for the people of Sacred Dragon Mountain to become jealous. In the future, there might be even more troubles. On the 3rd floor of the hotel sat a group of richly dressed people, both male and female, young and old. When they saw Long Huishan bringing Chen Xiang over, they knew that they would be able to see the unsheathed Ice Dragon Sword tonight. "Is the Ice Dragon Sword given to this person?" A middle-aged man dressed in gold robes swept a cold glance at Qin Xiang. His face was filled with annoyance. Ice Dragon's sword was something that he had been staring at for a long time. It's not for you. It's for you. This Ice Dragon sword is not something that anyone can pull out. Only people who have fate with it can do it. Young Master Yin is destined to be able to pull out Ice Dragon sword. That's why I gave it to him. This way, I can rely on young Master Yin to enter the depths of the Dragon Cave and receive the inheritance of the Ice Dragon ancestor. Even though Long Huishan's voice was very gentle, everyone could hear the extreme dissatisfaction in her voice, as if it was a warning. The middle-aged man who spoke earlier was the second strongest warrior in Sacred Dragon Mountain, and now that Long Huishan dared to treat him like that, it made him extremely unhappy. In his eyes, Long Huishan was just a little girl. This guy is called Long Da, the second strongest warrior in Sacred Dragon Mountain. You have to be careful of him. Long Huishan whispered to Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang took out the Ice Dragon sword. The reason he was called over was to show the Ice Dragon sword. He did not want to stay for too long, in order to not reveal his item. One Tai, Long Da walked in front of Qin Xiang and stared at the Ice Dragon sword and said, "So it's fated if you pull it out." "What if I pull it out?" Qin Xiang said. "You're so strong, of course you can pull it out." Long Da turned around and waved at a golden-robed youth. "This is my nephew, Long Zhiyong. He is also the son of my brother. He has just crossed the 9 Nirvana tribulations and has just become an immortal. He should be able to try, right?" The son of the strongest warrior in Sacred Dragon Mountain. Although he had just become a worldly immortal, he was definitely not weak. Looking at Sacred Dragon Mountain's attitude, he wanted to walk the Ice Dragon sword. Give it to him. You've talked to the Ice Dragon before, and the body of the Ice Dragon only recognizes you and Long Huishan. Just you wait and see him make a fool of himself. Long Shui said. Although Long Zhiyong was the son of Sacred Dragon Mountain's master, he did not have that kind of arrogant aura. His handsome face had a faint smile, and his deep eyes were filled with wisdom. This person is good at hiding his true self. He is a shrewd individual who will definitely become a big shot in the future. This was Qin Xiang's evaluation of Long Zhiyong. Let me explain this in advance. Don't blame me if there are any problems. Quite a few people died from drawing their swords. Long Huishan said solemnly, "Then, if Zhiyong is able to pull it out, should we give the Ice Dragon's sword to him?" Long Da seemed very confident. "Of course, I will give it to him." Catch! Qin Xiang very casually threw the Ice Dragon's sword over. Long Zhiyong immediately became excited, because he had hidden a lot of power, causing others to think that he was just a worldly immortal that had just stepped into the immortal realm. But he was already an immortal monarch. He believed that he definitely had the strength to pull out the Ice Dragon sword, and his Sacred Dragon bloodline had a secret technique to restrain the Ice Dragons. However, what they did not know was that this Ice Dragon sword had already changed greatly. The Ice Dragon's external body that was hidden inside had already been activated by the Ice Dragon. At the moment, Long Zhiyong held onto the sword sheath, feeling the icy cold power surging out, making him immediately use the power of the Holy Dragon to resist. He held onto the sword hilt, slowly pulling it out, but just as he revealed a bit of the sword body, a burst of powerful icy cold power burst out and fiercely drilled into his body. "Ah!" Long Zhiyong shouted in shock. He had to use his true strength to resist the cold. Otherwise his arms would be frozen. Long Da was also surprised. He anxiously took a step forward and slapped away the Ice Dragon sword, then pressed his palm on Long Zhiyong's arm, transferring the power of the Holy Dragon to help Long Zhiyong drive out the cold air. Qin Xiang picked up the Ice Dragon sword and said with curled lips, "I'm not ashamed. Just now, I even said that I was a worldly immortal, but this aura is at the level of an immortal monarch. I never thought that a dignified Sacred Dragon Mountain like you would be so shameless." When Long Zhiyong used the power of the Holy Dragon, all the experts present could see that. They were secretly looking down on the people of Sacred Dragon Mountain, but they didn't dare to say anything. But Long Huishan was very angry. Her beautiful face was currently covered in frost, and her eyes shot out a true cold aura, causing Long Jiong's entire body to involuntarily tremble. "How dare you lie to me?" Long Huishan clenched his fist and shouted, "Get lost!" Being yelled at like that by a little girl to scram, Long Da immediately angered him. "Long Huishan, don't think that just because you're an immortal king you can be so arrogant. No matter what, I'm still your elder." Long Huishan said coldly, "Long Song is also my elder, but his head has also been cut off by me? Do you believe that I can cut yours off as well?" Seeing Long Huishan this kind of plus, the surrounding experts were all startled. This little girl actually had such power to actually dare say such words to the Sacred Dragon Mountain's second strongest warrior, caused them to be shocked in their hearts. Long Huishan had always hated the people of the Sacred Dragon Mountain. The people of the Sacred Dragon Mountain had always wanted to annex the Long family. She suspected that the reason Long Song could successfully kill her father was because of this Sacred Dragon Mountain. Qin Xiang had just heard Long Huishan mention that the Long family was able to sell some things to the Sacred Dragon Mountain at a very low price every year. To be disrespectful to one's elders, I will teach you a lesson today. Long Da became angry and punched towards Long Huishan. He actually planned to form enmity with the new Long family patriarch. Today was a celebration of the new clan master of the Long family. It was within Long Huishan's expectations that someone would provoke her. She felt that this would help her establish her might. S hand was like lightning, grabbing Long Da's fist in a split second. A thick layer of ice immediately sealed Long Da's hand, and that thick layer of ice even quickly spread towards Long Da's arm. C1125 Pride Pill God. C1125 Pride Pill God. What kind of elder are you? My ice dragon bloodline is not even of the same bloodline as yours. What right do you have to teach me a lesson? With your little strength, you're not even worthy. Long Huishan's cold voice was accompanied by waves of cold air that enveloped the entire hall. She grabbed Long Da's fist and twisted it fiercely, causing Long Da's frozen arm to turn into ice and fall onto the ground. Long Da was shocked. His face changed and quickly kept his distance from Long Huishan. "Go back and tell your brother that from today onwards, my Long family will no longer sell you our resources at a very low price. Also, if you dare to provoke my ice dragon lineage again, I will annihilate your Sacred Dragon Mountain." Long Huishan pointed to the stairs and said, "Before I have the intention to kill you, scram!" Long Da was furious in his heart, but he did not dare say anything more. He helped Long Zhiyong, who was wounded by Ice Dragon's sword, up and left the Holy Dragon Tower in a hurry. If it was the Ice Dragon restaurant, she would completely fall out with the Sacred Dragon Mountain. If not for the events tonight, in order to stabilize the Long family, she would have continued to work with the Sacred Dragon Mountain. But since the Sacred Dragon Mountain was bullying her, she could not tolerate it. Qin Xiang pulled out the Ice Dragon sword, and after letting everyone look at it, Long Huishan announced that the banquet was over, and then returned to the Long family. After returning back, Long Huishan and Qin Xiang chatted for a while before they went to rest, while Qin Xiang ran into the secret room. With Long Huishan, the female Dragon King, and the Sacred Dragon Mountain on top of it, Qin Xiang had to be wary of the Sacred Dragon Mountain secretly doing something, so he put aside other things and first refined a few more drunk God powder. He already had the 2 high-grade ground-level medicinal ingredients, 5 elements Profound Dan and Profound Spirit Beast, given to him by Long Huishan. He had originally planned to refine more in the next few days to increase his strength as soon as possible. But from the looks of it now, he had to help Long Huishan to take down the Sacred Dragon Mountain. Amongst the 4 great clans, although the Long family had lost a patriarch a while ago, and if there was an internal conflict, their strength would inevitably be weakened greatly. But after Long Huishan had obtained the inheritance of the ice dragon, his strength had explosively increased, and he was already on par with the head of the sacred Dragon Mountain. Qun Xiang was certain that the sacred Dragon Mountain would collude with the other 3 great families, and specifically deal with the Long family. At noon on the second day, Chen Xiang walked out of the secret room, and Long Huishan coincidentally returned as well. She and Chen Xiang stayed in the same house because she wanted to protect Chen Xiang. Any latest news? You wrinkled that long to last night. They wouldn't just let it go like this. Chun Xiang poured the fragrant tea that Long Shuai and the others brewed in the serene jade ring for the female Dragon King. The people of Sacred Dragon Mountain are not stupid. They did not make any big movements. And they know that if they were to fight with me now, even if they win, they will greatly damage their vitality. Long Huishan savored Chun Xiang's fragrant tea, and her mood immediately became much happier. Today, she had a meeting with the elders and discussed many things which made her head hurt. There is a small disturbance. They really want to get their hands on the ice dragon sword, so they sent someone to challenge you. Using this method, they want to win the ice dragon sword. Qin Xiang laughed. If there are benefits to winning, I will go. Long Huishan shook his head. There are benefits, but it's better if you don't go. The people from the Sacred Dragon Mountain are indeed stronger. If you go, I'm afraid you'll reveal your true ident. One Tai, that green dragon, demon-slain broadsword of yours is much more precious than ice dragon sword. What did they use to bet with me? Chun Xiang had only wanted to ask casually. He did not plan to compete at all. It's a sword called the Fire Dragon Sword. According to legend, every dragon ancestor had a sword back then. But I wonder where they got it from. Long Huishan said. Chun Xiang's ring had a holy dragon sword in it, and now he had an ice dragon sword. If he defeated the fellows sent by the Sacred Dragon Mountain, he would have 3 of these swords. How many ancestral dragons are there in total in the little naughty dragon? Chun Xiang asked anxiously. However, only Fire Dragon, Jade Dragon, White Dragon, Ice Dragon, Holy Dragon, Azure Dragon, Poison Dragon have these swords. There are only 7 of them called 7 Dragons, Swordess, Long Shuai said. Poison Dragon is also an ancestral dragon? Isn't this fellow dead? The poisonous dragon is very powerful, okay? Furthermore, he is indeed the ancestor of the poisonous dragon clan, and all dragons are bred by the world. Other than the metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and 5 elements ancestral dragons, there are also other dragons of different attributes. With the Fire Dragon sword right in front of his eyes, how could Qin Xiang not be moved? It was very likely that he had gathered all the 7 dragon sword. Chen Xiang anxiously grabbed onto Long Huishan's jade hands and said, I want to go and help me agree to Sacred Dragon Mountain's request. Of course, my cultivation cannot exceed mine by much, and it is set to be in a month's time. Aren't you afraid of exposing your ident? One Tai? My guess is that the people of Sacred Dragon Mountain will use the Fire Dragon sword to fight with you, and they will be able to restrain the cold energy of the Ice Dragon sword. Long Huishan was very clear about Qin Xiang's strength. If she did not use other methods, Qin Xiang would not be able to win. Qin Xiang laughed. Big Sister Long, you have underestimated my strength, right? Long Huishan said in a tender voice, This is an honorable compet. One Tian, I know that on other occasions a mortal monarch would probably be killed by you, but this is different. Don't go, it's fine if the Ice Dragon sword is won. But what if something happens to you? Qin Xiang suddenly spoke in a deep voice. Sister Long, do you know why Dragon Emperor came today? Because Prince Imperial Dragon was killed. Qin Xiang nodded his head. That's right, Prince Imperial Dragon was indeed killed, but do you know where? To tell you the truth, I have a holy dragon sword in my hand. You received the Ice Dragon's inheritance of memories. You should know about the 7 dragons' swordess, right? Long Huishan instantly opened her beautiful little mouth wide. The holy dragon sword was actually in Qin Xiang's hands. Prince Imperial Dragon, was done by you? Long Huishan sent a sound transmission to Chen Xiang, but then shook his head. The Prince Imperial Dragon must have been killed by Super Yuan sect leader, because the Dragon Emperor suspected Chen Xiang. But in the end, someone pointed the finger at him. She believed that no one could deceive the Dragon Emperor. The inheritance of the Holy Dragon was extremely difficult, especially for the Holy Dragon, whose bloodline was extremely rare. So the Prince Imperial Dragon was extremely precious, and he even obtained the Holy Dragon Sword. Not only was the Prince Imperial Dragon eaten by Chen Xiang, it was also eaten by him. Although the taste was not good, it was able to increase his strength by a lot. I am a leader of the Dragon Subduing School. I don't have the slightest ability. To be honest, that drunk descent was something I got from the Chaotic Mountain. Chen Xiang did not immediately tell Long Huishan that he was the one who killed the Prince Imperial Dragon. All right, I'll help you arrange it. Long Huishan took her hand out. She had been caressed by Chen Xiang, so she pouted playfully. Little scoundrel, you dare to take advantage of me? All right, I'll help you arrange it. Long Huishan took her hand out. She had been caressed by Chen Xiang, so she pouted playfully. Little scoundrel, you dare to take advantage of me? Patriarch, someone is looking for you. He's very strong. The jade talisman that Long Huishan placed on the table suddenly released a sound. Long Huishan rolled his eyes at the grinning Chen Xiang and asked, Who is it? She said that her name is LV Qinlian and she comes from the Heaven Realm. She wants to discuss some business with you. The little demon empress, LV Qinlian, actually came here, but this was a good thing. With the relations HI plus P he had with LV Qinlian, he could definitely make LV Qinlian and Long Huishan friends. Ask her, is there anyone else? Chen Xiang whispered to Long Huishan, Is there anyone else? Long Huishan asked as he held the jade talisman. Yes, 2 old men and 2 beautiful women. Chen Xiang felt that he should have known those 2 old men and the 2 women before. Get someone to bring them here. I know that LV Qinlian, she is very strong and an expert in poison. She is also a spirit demon king. Demon king? And it's even poison. Long Huishan looked at Chen Xiang strangely. The goblin king who used poison was very strong. Even she was wary of him. Yet Chen Xiang recognized him. Long Huishan immediately instructed his men to bring LV Qinlian and the others over. They arrived here very quickly, and Chen Xiang also knew who the 2 old men were. It was Du Hai, the elder of the Dan Immortal and his own dragon subduing school, Li Baojun, and the 2 women were the charming and beautiful Hua Xiangyue and the elegant and refined Wu Qianqian. Since they were here to forge pills, it wasn't strange for them to be here. Of course, they didn't recognize Chen Xiang, but Hua Xiangyue was a little suspicious. She was Chen Xiang's female slave, had once had a relations, HI plus P with him, and had a very intimate contact with him. Upon entering, Hua Xiangyue looked at Chen Xiang, and this caused LV Qinlian to gently pull her away, indicating that she should not be so rude, because when they came, they had already investigated the person who was being close to Long Huishan. Chen Xiang naturally knew that Chen Xiang recognized these people. Chen Xiang's concealing ability was indeed strong. If she wasn't able to recognize Chen Xiang, then this Blee and charming absolute beauty in front of him, who had looked at Chen Xiang the moment he entered the room, had obviously seen through something. From this, Long Huishan was able to conclude that this incomparably charming beauty definitely had a good relations. HI plus P with Chen Xiang. After Long Huishan dismissed the servants, Chen Xiang immediately burst out laughing. Little scoundrel, it's really you. Hua Xiangyue took a step forward, tugged at Chen Xiang's ear and snorted. You're so worrisome. Hiding here is so dishonest. LV Qinlian, Du Hai, Li Baojun, and Wu Qianqian were stunned for a moment, but they quickly realized that the person who helped Long Huishan become the female Dragon King was actually Chen Xiang. Chun Xiang changed back to his original appearance and shouted, "Little girl, I am your junior master uncle. Don't be rude." Hua Xiangyue released Qin Xiang and let out a charming snort. "We're all acquaintances. No need to be so polite. Sit down and talk." Chun Xiang laughed. "Elderly, don't pretend to be an old man. You aren't me. What are you afraid of?" Li Baojun laughed. "I'm used to it. How can I be as good-looking as you? You look like a prost. One, toot everywhere." After Qin Xiang introduced the person, he asked, "Big Sis Lu, what business do you have with female Dragon King?" LV Qinlian and Du Hai were very strong. One of them used poison, and the other was a Dan immortal. After the death of Super Yuan sect leader, Du Hai no longer had any enemies left. He had previously promised Qin Xiang that he would help him find his friends. And after he went to Zilong Mountain Valley, he saw those girls, but amongst the girls, only Wu Qianqian, Hua Xiangyue, and LV Qinlian came over, as they were looking for a large amount of medicinal ingredients. I just feel that we're all women, and that it's easier to get along with them, especially in matters of cooperation. LV Qinlian laughed. She was dressed in a light green dress, making her look extremely beautiful. "Since you are this brat's friends, then you are mine as well." Long Huishan treated Qin Xiang extremely well, because without Qin Xiang's help, she wouldn't be who she was today. "We need to find some medicinal herbs." LV Qinlian looked at Du Hai and said, "This requires the help of a huge power to make it easier to find." Long Huishan nodded his head straightforwardly. "No problem. Write a list for me. I will have someone to look for it. I will do my best to help you." LV Qinlian and the others admired Qin Xiang at this time. He had actually hooked up with the female Dragon King and their relations. P was so good. Long Huishan took the list that LV Qinlian and the others had given her and went to arrange things for them. Those medicinal ingredients had some poison, and there were also heaven-level medicinal ingredients used in pill refining. "Is Xian Xian and Yulan with you guys? Why didn't you come together?" Qin Xiang was a little disappointed. "They are busy. Meng Air and Warm Moon are about to become deities, and they probably don't plan to return to Ditian. That will affect their future growth, so they will be going to Heaven Realm with them. I want to go with them." What Hua Xiangyue had said was also within Qin Xiang's expectations. These were women who were closely related to him, and he was very happy that they could safely pass through the Nirvana realm and become deities. Heaven Realm was a place to become a ranker, and was also a place he would go to in the future. Xian Xian and Yulan will both become Leader S of Divine Weapons Heavenly Country, but they also seem to be in a hurry to go to Heaven Realm. So it looks like Super Martial School will be handed over to Super Martial School to take care of them. Hua Xiangyue said again. Qin Xiang looked at Wu Qianqian. Wu Qianqian's strength was not low either. She had previously had a fortuitous encounter and obtained a type of flower which caused her strength to increase very quickly. From the looks of it, she was also someone who was Russ. Plussing to the Heaven Realm. Well, sooner or later I have to go too. It's just that I won't be able to do well when I get there. Qin Xiang sighed. Don't worry, Menger's parents are very powerful, and their strengths in Heaven Realm are pretty good too. At that time, Xian Xian and Yulan will also be very good in Heaven Realm. Hua Xiangyue laughed. In short, we will meet again at the Heaven Realm. Li Baojun said, those traitor powers have given up on Ditian, but in the future, once they ascend to heaven, there will definitely be ABL. Oh, DY Storm. If we continue to stay in Ditian, it will be hard for our powers to increase. LV Qinlian said as he nodded his head. What you need to do is to stabilize the foundation of your forces after leaving Ditian. Qin Xiang felt that he could still stay in Ditian for a while longer. Before he ascended to Heaven Realm, he had to remove all the hidden danger. When they returned to Ditian, it would be the era of their new generation. Du Hai and the others had only just arrived in Holy City. They did not take a stroll around. After that, Li Baojun followed Du Hai and said that he would go and register to take the test for a gold rank alchemist, then refine pills at the Long family shop to earn some spiritual crystal and the like. Du Hai and the others had only just arrived in Holy City. They did not take a stroll around. After that, Li Baojun followed Du Hai and said that he would go and register to take the test for a gold rank alchemist, then refine pills at the Long family shop to earn some spiritual crystal and the like. LV Qinlian then said that he had some private matters to take care of and left the Long family in a hurry. Qian, you followed her. You didn't suffer, did you? After not seeing you for so long, you have become more and more good-looking. Chun Xiang smiled at Wu Qian. Elder sister Xiangyue treats me very well. On the other hand, you're still the same as always getting yourself into trouble wherever you go. Wu Qian gently smiled, looking extremely beautiful. Not only can you get into trouble, you can also take advantage of the situation. If not for being together with the Demon Empress, I still wouldn't know that you're relations. I plus P with her was actually this good, as well as the Yen Xylin and Du Yanyao within the Zilon Mountain Valley. I think this dragon subduing leader of yours should be changed to the G. Oh, des leader. Hua, Xiangyue snorted. His voice carried a bit of jealousy. They are my friends, not what you think. Besides, it's also because of my charm. If I wasn't so capable, would I have been able to befriend them? Chun Xiang hurriedly explained. Even though he had those thoughts, he was a man after all, so it was impossible for him to not have evil intentions when facing beauties. There were a lot of beautiful women by Chun Xiang's side, but the only one who had a relations. I plus P with him was his real wife, Xue Xianxian. Qian, you're getting more and more fragrant. Chun Xiang took a deep breath after he finished speaking. Last time it was all thanks to you helping me. Wu Qian smiled. Why are you being so courteous to me? That's what you used to tell me. You are looking down on me in front of me, aren't you? Hua Xiangyue intentionally pouted and said. She knew what Wu Qian thought of Chun Xiang, and she could not stop him from doing so. Little girl Xiangyue, are you hinting at me to teach you a lesson? Chun Xiang sent a sound transmission to Hua Xiangyue evilly. Master, I'm so scared. Hua Xiangyue chuckled as she transmitted her voice to Chun Xiang. However, with Wu Qian here, he felt a little embarrassed. Said, and suddenly felt that he was the leader. In terms of strength, and I didn't. He should be on equal footing with Hua Xiangyue, the leader, so it wouldn't be a problem to do it openly. Hua Xiangyue had always been the elder Dan, so Wu Qian understood the dubious relations. I plus P between her and Chun Xiang in the Super Dan Imperial College the best. Moreover, she had followed Hua Xiangyue for a period of time, so she was very clear about the relations. I plus P between Hua Xiangyue and him. At night, no one else came back, and Chun Xiang, along with Wu Qian and the others, discussed the experience they gained from refining pills for an entire day. Although he could only refine high-grade ground-level pills, his experience was extremely valuable to Hua Xiangyue and Wu Qian. Wu Qian was now able to refine a middle-grade ground-level pill. Previously, Wu Qian had obtained a fortuitous encounter, and after eating the mysterious fruit, all aspects of it had increased. Furthermore, there was a white flame heavenly horse she had also mentioned before, that she could rely on the white flame heavenly horse to level up her own fire soul and turn it into a white fire soul. Chun Xiang returned to his room, but his mind was currently filled with the demon's figure. He released his divine power and sent a sound transmission to Hua Xiangyue. Little flower demon, quickly come and help me take a bath. I'm not going. I'm training with Qian, and I've discovered that after my purple moon fire soul and her blue star fire soul fuse, it can help her increase the level of her fire soul. Hua Xiangyue replied, so that's how it is. If dual cultivation is faster, let me help her. Chun Xiang said sincerely, little scoundrel, your mind is filled with this. Hua Xiangyue laughed. I don't object to the relations. I plus P between you and Chan, but you can't force the matter either. A woman's first time is very important. Leave me with a beautiful memory. Hua Xiangyue also knew that Qin Xiang was the more honest one. Although he had interacted with many beauties before, the only ones who truly interacted with him was her and Wu Qianqian. All right, wait a moment, I will wait upon you. After Hua Xiangyue finished speaking, he stopped his cultivation and left Wu Qianqian's room, allowing him to cultivate on his own. Inside the bathing area, Chen Xiang and Hua Xiangyue's smooth and jade-like bodies were wrapped around each other as they carelessly rubbed each other's hands. As the two people silently kissed, the flirtatious Hua Xiangyue would occasionally let out a coquettish cry, making Chen Xiang's evil fire burn even more vigorously. Chen Xiang crazily caressed the beautiful woman's flawless body, gasping for breath. Little Demoness, I missed you so much. Humph, I didn't know that you would be so rude. Hua Xiangyue tenderly shouted, and then the water in the bathing area started to swirl in waves. Hua Xiangyue and Chen Xiang had not made love for a very long time as well, and only after the two of them had played around for a long time did they enter the dual cultivation state. Little scoundrel, why is your dantian so strange? Hua Xiangyue laid on Chen Xiang's chest, her slightly flushed and seductive face revealing a shocked expression. After dual cultivating, Hua Xiangyue's cultivation had increased by a lot, and her fire soul had also become a little stronger. She did not know what level Chen Xiang's fire soul was, to actually be able to cause her purple moon fire soul to become so powerful. Chen Xiang hugged the Jade Man and laughed. This is the benefit of being a pair cultivator. If you go up higher, your purple moon fire soul should be able to turn into a white fire soul. If we come here often, it shouldn't take long. When he dual cultivated, not only would it help Hua Xiangyue improve his strength and quality of fire soul, but because Chen Xiang had the Yulong blood, it would also slowly allow Hua Xiangyue to have the bloodline. At dawn, Hua Xiangyue came out of Chen Xiang's room, feeling refreshed. When Wu Qianqian was dancing sword in the courtyard, she saw Hua Xiangyue's face and knew where Hua Xiangyue, who had left last night, had gone to. She did not expect that Hua Xiangyue and Chen Xiang had developed such a relations. I plus P, so she could only sigh in her heart. Qianqian, this brat has a lot of high-grade ground level pills ingredients. It's rare to be together with him. You better waste some of his ingredients and refine a high-grade ground level pill here. Hua Xiangyue tidied up Wu Qianqian's messy hair as if he was treating his own little sister. Elder sister Xiangyue, you must have slept quite well last night. You must be in such good spirits. Wu Qianqian joked, her beautiful eyes full of flirtatiousness. Stupid girl, you're getting bolder and bolder. Hua Xiangyue said with a red face. Elder sister Xiangyue, I didn't say anything. Why are you being so sensitive? Wu Qianqian laughed. Qin Xiang and Hua Xiangyue had indeed slept soundly last night, especially Qin Xiang. He had been so nervous this entire time, and last night had been his most relaxed night. Qin Xiang walked into the courtyard and saw Hua Xiangyue and Wu Qianqian playing, so he asked, Little girl Xiangyu, what is your relations? I plus P with the purple moon imperial land? C1128. C1128 Hua Xiangyue was from the purple moon realm. So Chen Xiang felt that she should have some understanding of the purple moon imperial land, because the first thing he would do when he returned would be to exterminate the purple moon imperial land. Purple moon imperial land is originally from the violet moon realm. Even though I have a purple moon fire soul, I have nothing to do with him. You can do whatever you want with him, so don't worry about me. Qin Xiang still had a heavenly core for the purple moon. When they were dual cultivating last night, he took the opportunity to give Hua Xiangyue a bit of the purple moon's fire soul power, allowing her to become a little stronger. Hua Xiangyue Dongfang Xinyue and Lu Meng'er were also close to transcending the 9 nirvana tribulations. When they returned to Di Tian, the moment they crossed it, they would be able to fly to Heaven Realm. When that time came, there would be a type of energy that would be sucked into the sacred Dan realm as long as there was no resistance. Hua Xianyue was an alchemist, so her strength improved even faster than Lu Meng'er and the others. That was why she brought Wu Qianqian out to play, while Hua Xianyue and the others were cultivating, especially Lu Meng'er, who still had to nurture Shui, Xianxian, and Leng Yulan. This was also why Lu Meng'er didn't let Shui Xianxian and Leng Yulan stay with him for too long. It was because she didn't have much time and could only let her 2 disciples inherit her legacy. Therefore, even Lu Meng'er was rarely with Chen Xiang, but there would always be opportunities in the future. This was also what Qin Xiang had agreed upon with Lu Meng'er previously. Let's start by refining the relived Dan. These are the relived Dan's medicinal ingredients. There's only 30 or so of them. Take some for now. Qin Xiang took out a storage bag. Hua Xianyue unceremoniously received it, and Pa S said it to Wu Qianqian. Let's go, let's start the refinement now. The 2 of them had just left when Long Huishan, the female Dragon King, returned. They agreed, but they are determined to use weapons to compete with you. The time is set to be 1 month from now. The one you are competing with is a sacred dragon bloodline that has transcended the 7 nirvana tribulations. It is said that their bloodline is very pure. Are you really sure you can win? Long Huishan was very clear that the Holy Dragon Sword could restrain Ice Dragon Sword. If Chen Xiang used Green Dragon Demon Slain Broadsword S at that time, it would definitely be seen through by everyone because there would be many strong experts watching. 7 tribulations. Qin Xiang snickered in his heart. Obviously he had underestimated. Even if it was a real holy dragon, they would still be beaten to the ground and kneel, although he could not use Green Dragon Demon Slain Broadsword. You don't believe me? If I really win, you have to do something for me. Chen Xiang secretly snorted at the mischievous smile on his face. What is it? Long Huishan guessed that this was definitely not a good thing. Help me investigate the situation of the Fire Divine Palace here. During the last banquet, I felt that there are people from the Fire Divine Palace here. Qin Xiang said softly, This Fire Divine Palace is not a good thing. Long Huishan frowned. Fire Divine Palace isn't a good thing? From what I know, this Fire Divine Palace is extremely mysterious, and I don't know where he is hiding. But our 4 great families used to be a subsidiary power of this Fire Divine Palace, and now our Fire Divine Palace is slowly fading away. Furthermore, we don't have any connections with our 4 great families, so I don't have much information on him. Fire Divine Palace really did appear here. Chen Xiang treated the people of the Fire Divine Palace as treasures, because most of the people of the Fire Divine Palace all had fire soul. In another month, you will be sparring with that little demon, Sacred Dragon Mountain. On the way, I will ask about that little brat to let you understand your enemy. Long Huishan had just returned and immediately left. However, she was busy with Chen Xiang's matters. Otherwise, she would have stayed here to cultivate. Qin Xiang ran back to the secret room and started to condense the Creation Divine liquid while holding the training sword in his hands. With the power he had gained from practicing Immortal Devil Body, it was hard for him to move the hammer of Jyoti, so he could only use genuine Qi of Universe. This hammer is made of iron, but it's not good here. If this hammer of Od was used to beat this house, it might have been ruined. He needed a month to familiarize himself with the hammer. At the very least, it didn't seem like he had to put too much effort into it. All he needed was to be able to move as fast as he wanted. Elder Du, are you bored staying in the sacred Dan realm? Do you want to go to Di Tian's place? Although the resources there are not as great as here, it is still much more vast. Moreover, if you go there with your strength, you would be invincible. Li Baojun said. He knew that the Dragon Subduing School needed this kind of almighty being to refine pills. Brotherly, you are helping Qin Xiang to rope me in, right? Haha. Du Hai had already seen through it. The two of them strolled around some large pill stores and experienced the standards of alchemists here. Alchemist people like them could sometimes see many things from the aroma of pills. Elder Du, are you willing to stop at this stage of Dan Immortal? Li Baojun said. There are 9 grade immortal pills. I am currently a Tier 3 Dan Immortal who can only concoct Tier 3 immortal pills. I would like to advance one step, but I don't know how long it will take. Di Tian still hasn't grown up yet. His resources are too meager. Du Hai shook his head. You're right, but you should know that Qinxiang is a freak. He can definitely get more high-level medicinal herbs. Don't you think it's strange that he can always get some very high-level medicinal herbs? What's even weirder is that, in his eyes, these high-level medicinal herbs are like cabbages. Li Baojun said. Du Hai nodded his head. He also suspected that Qinxiang had an ability that could quickly grow medicinal herbs. I'll think about it. Du Hai was indeed tired of staying in the sacred Dan realm, and right now he and Du Yanyao were the only 2 remaining. As the 2 of them were walking in a hotel, they suddenly heard someone say, "You guys should know that the Sacred Dragon Mountain's second boss lost an arm. Sacred Dragon Mountain seems to have steeled their hearts to obtain the Ice Dragon Sword, and now they have actually teamed up with the Fire Divine Palace and used the Fire Dragon Sword to make a bet, fighting the red person beside the female Dragon King. Yes, I heard that there was another rumor saying 7 Dragon Sword. Forget about gathering 7 of them. Gathering all of them together can already make 2 of them very powerful. Ice Dragon Sword and Fire Dragon Sword are 2 of them. Although it is a battle between 2 Nirvana Realm Pract. One, Tioniers, it is still very interesting. One is a popular man beside female Dragon King, and the other is a disciple from Sacred Dragon Mountain with extremely pure, holy dragon bloodline. It is said that he is the son of the head of Sacred Dragon Mountain. This boss is really amazing. He seems to have a lot of powerful sons. Of course, because he has quite a few beautiful women, haha. The group of animals chatted all the way to the women's side. Li Baojun and Du Hai looked at each other and shook their heads. The red man beside female Dragon King was Qinxiang, so it was normal for Qinxiang to get his hands on a Fire Dragon Sword, but the Fire Divine Palace made Li Baojun a little worried. Li Baojun and Du Hai looked at each other and shook their heads. The red man beside female Dragon King was Qinxiang, so it was normal for Qinxiang to get his hands on the Fire Dragon Sword, but the Fire Divine Palace made Li Baojun a little worried. Elder Du, do you know anything about the Fire Divine Palace? Li Baojun asked in a low voice. I don't know much about it. It's said that it's very powerful in the Heaven Realm. Du Hai said, the reason why Fire Divine Palace is so powerful is because many of them possess Fire Soul, and there are also some top-tier alchemists. Li Baojun's face was very serious, but they used extremely vicious methods to get their Fire Soul. What do you mean? Du Hai was not very clear about this. What I understand better is the devil-suppressing Divine Palace. Is there such a thing happening in the Fire Divine Palace? Li Baojun said angrily, the Fire Divine Palace has a type of power that can draw another person's Fire Soul. If they did not submit to their Fire Divine Palace, their only fate would be to be selected as a Fire Soul, especially when someone discovered that there was a very good Fire Soul. Therefore, over the years, the Fire Divine Palace has plundered many Fire Soulless from various places, specially bestowed them to those who have made great contributions to the body. Du Hai clenched his fists tightly. Extracting another person's Fire Soul was something that made people like him, who had the Fire Soul, feel threatened. Especially something like a very powerful force was doing this. That kid cannot use that blade. If he only uses the Ice Dragon Sword, then it will be difficult for him to restrain the Fire Divine Palace. The Fire Divine Palace must have a powerful fire attribute cultivation technique specifically designed to restrain the Ice Dragon Sword. Du Hai was a little worried for Qinxiang. Qinxiang could not reveal his identity. 1. tie here, or else he would attract many troubles, and he might even cause the other 3 great clans, the Sacred Dragon Mountain and the Fire Divine Palace, to attack the Long family. However, what they did not know was that Chen Xiang had long ago obtained the Fire Divine Palace's important cultivation technique. So when facing Fire Divine Palace, Chen Xiang would only smile even more. If the other party had a fire soul, that would be equivalent to giving it to him. The white fire soul was obtained from the time he killed Mr. Wang and left it for Su Meiyao in the future. However, this did not mean that he would stop collecting fire soul-less. Chen Xiang's method of extracting fire soul was much more profound than those in the Fire Divine Palace. It was just that the people who had been extracted by him were all dead. After Li Baojun and Du Hai became golden alchemists, they spent their days in the pill cultivating room of the Long family's pill shop. Concocting low-level pills would also help them in mastering their pill refining skills. At night, Chen Xiang would always be in bed with her, the beautiful slave girl. She would overturn the rain and turn the clouds, and it was only until midnight that they started their dual cultivation. She had a better understanding of Chen Xiang's affairs. She knew that Chen Xiang had a very beautiful wife, and there were also quite a few women by his side, but the only one who had an open relations. H.I. plus P with him was Xue Xianxian. Normally, Hua Xiangyue would call Chen Xiang Junior Master usually, but at night it was Chen Xiang who called her little fairy. Long Huishan couldn't help but blush when he heard her. Qian, this little girl, seems to be interested in that little scoundrel. This little scoundrel actually didn't do anything to Qian. That doesn't make much sense. Long Huishan lied on his bed and thought random thoughts. It had already been a few days, but she was still not used to it because Chen Xiang and Hua Xiangyue were in a room not too far away from her. I already knew that this brat was not a good person. When he looks at women, he is always U.S. fool. Could it be that LV Qinlian, the demon empress, was also mesmerized by him? She was an immortal king. How could she be so easy to deal with? Could it be that this brat is really capable? You are indeed capable. You have helped me so much. Without him, I might have already died a long time ago. Not knowing why, the female Dragon King felt very uncomfortable when he thought of Chen Xiang and Hua Xiangyue, who were both in the same room. But in the morning, Chen Xiang and Hua Xiangyue's spirits were at their peak, especially for the little flower demon, Hua Xiangyue. Her beautiful beauty that was nourished to a tender drop caused both her and Wu Qianqian to feel a burst of envy in their hearts. After Hua Xiangyue and Wu Qianqian entered the secret room to refine pills, Long Huishan anxiously grabbed Chen Xiang. Little scoundrel, you still have less than a month before the great battle begins. Every night, you would consume yang energy. Aren't you afraid of being beaten to the ground? A knife on the head. Don't blame me for not reminding you when the time comes. Long Huishan was truly thinking for Chen Xiang. Haha. Chen Xiang laughed sinisterly. Elder sister, so you were actually so worried about my affairs tonight. I'm really sorry for affecting you. Don't be so talkative. Long Huishan rolled her eyes as she said, that Sacred Dragon Mountain is related to the Fire Divine Palace, so the person you send out at that time can definitely suppress Ice Dragon Sword. You should have saved your energy, not every night. After you win, you can do whatever you want. Big sister, that little flower demon, and I are actually dual cultivating. In just a few days, my innate qi has increased by a lot. Chen Xiang laughed. Don't worry about me. Duo cultivation? Long Huishan looked at Chen Xiang suspiciously. I don't believe you. You don't believe me? But you are so much stronger than me, so you can only help me increase it. If your strength is similar to mine, then we can both increase our strength, and not only can we live happily, we can also increase our strength. This is very satisfying. After Chen Xiang finished speaking, he felt a bit of regret. Although the girl in front of him was very beautiful, but she was a very valiant female Dragon King. You actually want to hit me, big sister. You little scoundrel, you're asking for a beating. Long Huishan's jade face flushed red. She spat out a mouthful of blood and lightly knocked on Qinxiang's head. In that case, I shall not say anything else. I will help you continue investigating the matters regarding the Fire Divine Palace. Actually, I still have 2 more recognized Sister S, so when I have the chance to introduce them to you, one of them has white dragon vein and a head of very eye-catching white hair. Furthermore, their surnames are very similar to yours, so when the time comes, this little girl will definitely pester and bring her to fight. Qinxiang suddenly thought of the 2 recognized Sister S, Lun Yulan and Dong Fongjing. Long Huishan's face suddenly became serious. You're talking about Lun Yulan? I know you have a white-haired beauty. I didn't expect you to have white dragon vein. This is very rare. Are there many people who know about this? They absolutely could not spread it. Otherwise, she will be in big trouble. Only you and I know that she might know, but she didn't say that after her bloodline awakened, she should have received the inheritance of memories. She also knows that it's a secret, so she didn't tell me. I was the one who helped her awaken her white dragon vein back then. Qinxiang suddenly realized that Lan Yulan would be targeted in the future. How about I bring her here and let you watch her? Long Huishan suddenly laughed. You're so worried. She needs some experience. If you protect her like this, it will be hard for her to grow. But I'll teach her when I get the chance.